it's a very complicated issue, especially with the private sector and the Euro bonds, etc. And we need to decide ourselves on what type of structure will be useful to us. We have essentially about 50-50 with regards to domestic and external debt. The domestic debt, of course, has interest rates about 3.5 times what the foreign debt is. And then we look at the profile, and clearly the foreign debt in terms of impact really begins to hit in 2025 with regards to our Euro bonds, etc. So solving the domestic debt conundrum is what we should be looking at, and that is where we are putting our minds as to how best to do that. Auctions, which have been problematic in the past few auctions, I think it's stuff that we have to deal with. And of course, it gets complicated even more with the increase in interest rates. And we need to just confront that and see how we can reprofile that to give us fiscal space. So that's something that we are working on to manage that. We are, as a matter of fact, running a budget deficit, which essentially connotes that, our revenues are below our expenditure, and that's why the intervention of the e-levy was so important. We announced the budget, I guess, November 17th or so, and it wasn't until that miracle day of March 29th that we got through Parliament with that. I'm very confident that it opens a whole new vista for our tax handles and a way in which all Ghanaians would also be paying something. I don't know of any program which has technology involved that will not have teething problems. But certainly the cataclysmic, pronouncement by people on the other side is not happening. I think we pretty much have it under control as much as you can. We started on May 1st. We were blessed with that being a period of a holiday for 3-4 days. So we saw the issues and began to tackle them. Will there continue to be certain technical issues? There will be, but certainly not the Armageddon that was pronounced for us. I think we are a country moving really forward. You've discovered a tax handle which does two things. One, from 78 billion cedis of mobile money transfers to maybe almost $1 trillion last year. And therefore, you begin to see how e-commerce and technology becomes effective. And that will be good for the country. And then secondly, of course, the sense of unfairness that some 2.4 million people are paying because they're in the formal sector and nobody else is paying, bringing everybody else on board, as small as it will be. But we also were clear on the issue of regressive taxes, which says that you don't overtax the poor. And so the first 100 cedis was not being levied, and that is about 3,000 cedis a month in effect. We know our salaries are not that high. So truly, most of those that people advocate as regressive taxes are not affected at all. And if you have 200 cedis, I'm sure you can do it in 2 days, and therefore there will be a zero impact. So we are truly excited about this new tax handle to look at issues of curing, auction failures, increasing our revenue mobilization, getting technology, and gradually moving into an economy in which really, people just don't use cash because it's much easier to continue with technology. So I think it's an exciting period to having a structural solution to revenue mobilization in a way that we haven't had before. We are also, I guess, starting with the property taxes as a pilot to begin. And we'll be a nation in which we can easily double our revenue to GDP ratios from the 13-14%, to double that. So a pretty good time, but nobody likes to pay taxes, so it's always difficult. But I think we all begin to get used to it as we apply the use of the taxes for the citizenry to see. We should be launching the U-Start program, the 10 billion CD historic program starting in June, and we'll be able to see immediately the deployment of those resources, to this teeming mass of some 11 million youth to get enterprise, employment, support for the youth so that we become the entrepreneurial nation that we've advocated for. So these are, great times for the nation. We should be able to read the times as they are. And you come to these very difficult moments in your history, and then the genius of the Ghanaian rises up and will do it. So let us be confident about the future, but let us bed and share, all of us.
Hello. Engineer way tsunami mamunyina kwaba no pensi ya senshie biom need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedie Sunie. And a fiada. We are 13 days into the month of May. Finance Minister Raken Foyata Nina no pay. Mabubo bia dia mamwe. Enra Jumedia o yeah. We share Ghana Central for 70 be a PPM moon. Come on, be none pay my bobo be diamamono. You better talk or so be a mamma and no pay a coping bay known to. And some say sit here over tin say. Yes, see, you may be so bad because we're Ghana Hanum saying a African Development Bank. Me busumia ye womia ne that was be eduonu miensa 23rd to 27th year May ya. Enti Ghana ya hobwa Anope ye de mun komon so de be bremo e odwumedie so need 100.9 ma minimum share ye nsem no edi akotene o news online portals in here bread wo ma ya gide bon krata ne bi so de apem so and common na me de bi bremo Kenoforiata Minister of Finance ma min kinkan bi fama wo see we are confident in homegrown recovery plan. IMF still not an option. Ofori-Atta, the finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta has reiterated the government's decision not to seek a bailout from the International Monetary Fund (IMF) despite Ghana's current economic challenges. Since Ken Ofori-Atta and in 70 PFE in Central in order to drag Ghana and Yadia Yeko IMF Ghana and co IMF Yan Kasebe boy homodiania Piscania di Yeguma. Mpuntu IPC yepe ema omaino ya ye PSC kane dia enya dia beko IMF ene ochina. A good chunk of April inflation imported, Finance Minister. The Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has attributed the country's rising inflation to factors beyond government or control. He said almost all African countries are facing similar situations. It has added that global inflation has risen and that Ghana's case is not an exception. Anti-air inflation. Say first, Banuku Tabaya 10 Ghana cedis. Niama obetimi di ato sisi aten Ghana cedis ni ntimi nsan to sa niama no na eno inflation ehon komoi kwa na ekosoro ena ura Kenufo-Ratta se dodo na nya ade se ayi oman hanum se bibi bi economy no mo manage ni ye na ma abasa o eye wiase afa na nyina ebibrem hanum se nyina Africa obia inflation kwa na ekosoro se mo amunim na ekosoro wiase covid yi eyi ni ti ena Russia Ukraine so enti wose niama we nyina na ma inflation uti imported enya se Ghana hanum se na bia yankase ya manufacture inflation bia. My mind is still on a Japa deal. Finance Minister Kenufo-Ratta and Amidasu Egusu and come on, Ninsemo and Rabe Toja was say a Japa deal to share. Mukasi we jemu, Wonyemu, was a Japano ever boapa papa. And Tiwadasua will gusu and in penny for a buy 1 more to 2 or more year in share. And ya dear Japa will make jemu and no jemu watching. And Timunya ready, ebo, a Japo. KWASI calls off strike members to return to work on May 16. The Civil and Local Government Staff Association of Ghana, KWASI, has called off its industrial action on Thursday, May 12. And KWASI laid down its tools on Thursday, April 12, following the inability of the government to pay the inequality allowance as agreed in January this year. Well, in 7 noches, said, almost CCCR no strike, no. Wama trust sign no mo beko adwuma me ne that so edunsia enti ukekesi eni atim se adwade ya be wamo kire se aban crash for aban adwuma efo wamo se wamo san akọ adwuma e do ma se ensem we di akotene emu ensem no bi no ena me di abrebo no I mean fast like I said from my peacefmonline.com other online portals me no masina minimum che de bon krata no eni musem so kakra ansa ne afa no sia kase no
ensem ko twiko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana munti adwumadie so eye neat.
Enti yenhwe de bonkrata no so anope na fie insem no se na sitie daily graphic de bonkrata me de hyasie enim hodom se asem teacher da ho finance minister Anfoni da hodom se waba ne nsem wode chichi ne space city se media odi si ne moma so na minim aise obaka se urade a wo se momra me nchen na hana nkwano wo se a Japa deal revived. We mustn't drop it, finance minister. And finance minister small can wo se a Japa no de wonye mo and say ya de to baby there be samba where your graphic in any what I'm saying ISE calls for e-levy rate reduction. That's ISSER. ISE no mo ka say e-levy ashododo 1.5% no shododo ntia be ya wa monte so na nkrofo we pa baby a do dia to so ni sa nyama we dia be adwuma. Cabinet approves national quality policy. It will guide the production of quality goods and services. Cabinet for na message CCR national quality policy BBS friend national quality policy ebetimi aboa ma niama ye produce wa hanam say no quality no yetimi ama bibia enso edimu aye pepepe. Share the new crusading guide there Bakrata no and also enim honum say finance minister Anfoni Daho stimulating Africans recovery. AFDB meet in Accra. African Development Bank and now finance minister dia to Ghana for nyina anymore chese CCR de me busu me ne de to so aduonu me nsa kopem aduonu so wo mu nyina ba be hia wa Ghana hanum say daily statement kroya so kasa asemi ho asem AFDB plans Africa's recovery in Accra kwan ya ebibrem hanum so mema aniama etimi akonkan etumpon COVID ni pandemic yi eni sa Russia Ukraine is bebre economy no ejije wo eba be hia wo nkra hanu se ahwe kwa betimi afaso ma ebibre betimi aka niam sie ni ensam no doso yentimi nkan ni nyina da bon krata no nsam no yenkofa no nsia kase ebo ekire ba beto aso no pedia mamu need 100.9 news.
Abo Nunsia. Ahaye Peace 104.3 FM. Okay, 101.7 NEAT 100.9. Station Simi and Sunday worship house Wabeka Junction Accra. Hello. 101.5 Wedu Kumasi. Oh my ma. Yamamunyina chi. Ebredu say sama yaboa no Ghana hanen krofo amaso de banaka sebo free Peace FM sonum Rock FM watakra de felanum tamale hot digital no London radio stations bebre so Ghana has say ni amono we live for social media pages no your Peace 104.3 FM and a Peace FM online YouTube so channel no despite media and somewhere dinama no pay no ibini
National Executive Committee member Bakwa Oda PNC Amayuko no edi atudwa senya no kreda set 2020 woman flag bearer ene woman national chairman yeyi woman edi
na Ghana has say atemwafo ne baako high court temwani wasanso eyi atemwa adwuma Gambia watintim wo mabi dia fa asase ene ho manso ene emra no se de si ekyiremu a wakoda bia di ama kane mampani John Ejikumkufo
na Chief Executive Officer ya Oda Public Procurement Authority and also ede atudwa se nei abefo kwantempo enfaso edi dwumaso ene ade a aben bai ode abano ade a ebeboa pa ama pepepe yetimi epiemu e procurement dwumeti emu
Ghana Revenue Authority and Finance Ministry no ato abasakomu guso ye nkyerɛkyerɛ de emma sebeya woni ede wonsa eye adwuma no ebeti 11 no ase na wo maboa amana ye adwuma kama
we ne nsenkan ahodo enna anope ya bobo ni nyina no esi nkonwa ede bremo ye de aseda ma keke pepra roofing enedie baabi a ubenya ama wo ho atowo etimi esiwu dan asomdwemu a obi a emfa dedeyo ene kasatente medan woka eye keke pepra roofing ejesio keke pepra roofing de niema ye de esi dan a free foundation ekosi roofing eye keke pepra ho ena ubenya no ne niema no so ye papa ne bo wo fom discount odi abia so nya asem ketwa no chese Supreme Court roofing sheet here the whole world eye nchense aba wo bia de bone dan so na enam ne nsa so akofa bia bepiem Ghana ha hey was what the 10% discount atoso and wasi dana medru baby afei and a wo ba bebo so a mesra wo atutumrika wona wo carpenter ni wo agent nyina monko mumu marketem na monko keke pepra roofing honomo esanse or the 10% discount or the atoso enti anye bie no de enka wo de beto nchanse ama aburo so no de befa ka na ode abafie abusuafo enye nonko a ebibia ye de sidan bia eye keke pepra roofing wa anko ho a watu petetu o hwehwe wo makira kwan a womo ewo adenta dodowa frafraha epom hono womo nkrabata baako ho afi ukokuma senso a mamponten ekwam hono mo faade eho so womo ho ena wo bankra ha no mo a keke pepra roofing eben ensawom barrier friend was 0244 912100 0244912100 and 0242662004 First Atlantic Bank nie fab papa na First Atlantic Bank say see the mobile banking application is short code hey womudem so one for one to my uncle bo First Atlantic Bank de ano de ne minua say wasakap ma no wanwem no and one is obe dial short code *442#. *442#. Unya dial pepepa banking transactions be a opese we be ba beguso mobile money transfer na pesa we and instant money transfer so we try our bills so we to airtime and data so ye MTN say ye Airtel Tigo say ye Glo say ye Vodafone ni nyina obetimi afa *442# na so now why an easy cry First Atlantic Bank refreshingly different and in a body yeah what this way chocolate drink and pay you here so she said the messi abubo bobia menya mbofro to papa bi dia wono ahoden ya mede eteha nyasem ketwa ni nyina this way chocolate drink new here so she nyumeko ya da roma ena womo ebo yichidom ne de kase bono aba akenkan fo me maame biama kwafo mene
nana ya kunedu nansa ne be hweka sebo no asemo ye de to ahyenkafo ne omanfo ye ne wonam nsawom kwan no mu eba enkransem wo kwan foforo bia be fa so a wonkosi ofanko barrier ana John Taya eni die mu ana waye ne saa obia oyo hyenkene ana okwantuniam ofri Ghana baabia no nam enkran ene ensa omu kwan mu titiriw eye amasaman ede eba besi ofanko de yesra se ekwan foforo bi wo hot se awo hikwan no ekwan foforo bi wo hot se okofa pokwase kwabenya ana so se wunya ntinsi mu kra na wo de be kire aburi kwan no a ene na waye ne saa efri se ekwan no mu enye afei kasebo no mu ensem eni Otemuafo baako a wo high court o Ghana ha se no sanso high court temwani e wo Gambia his lordship Alexander Oseitutu etintim enwoma efa oman Ghana ya sase eho atemuo ene emra ya ebata eho na wachechim de achese asase so manso twe de Ghana ha se yenim sam se ye twene tan ene ho senkan so eyenwonran eno nti ya na ebu abam enkrofo ase ne ade ewo akire ana asase ankasa nso so wo Ghana ha se no ye wona hodo ye wo de wona nanom nsem ene ade enti ehu hia se emra ye bata ne nyina ho no yetimi eboa no yie na ntiase yetimi ba ena omanfo etimi atiase de aye adwuma enyemu mfaso enu nti ena we firi ni nimdie mu etintim enwoma ya efa ye nsase eho emra ewo my Ghana mu na ode nwoma ne baako akọ omampani dada John ejekum kofo na so akọ na didi akire no sabe obehu de watimi aye na afi omanfo nso ebegina no so apabi akenkan kasem na odi tudwa se enei aloya fo Ghana ni bebre wo hono mu asasesem wo mo mpe de enti a wo mpe so obi anya asase ho hawo wo mekọ akogina makotwe manso ma ne se emu nsenkan na enwonran kakra ma afoforo enti act no ehia se ye wai ni ma ni da ho ene enti ase no manfo atimi anya ne yie enu nti no no afiri ni pem aye ne saa ewo enwoma ekwan so watchrochro na watchrochro nwoma ne so asase ho haw bi te say landguard for ye wa asase fuyi eni fufuro bi te say digging fee roofing fee eni de tete te say ni nyina no wo de ehon kyerkyeremu eni de betimi aye ewo mra no mu afoa so ewo nwoma no emu na his lordship Alexander Oseitutu ede nwoma ne ba akoma kanema mpani George Kunkofo no de okan yini
Asase ya dey nipa ontimi develop without asase institution entimi nye bibia without asase oman entimi tumpon without asase so oman Ghana betimi tumpon a yehia se yehwe yen asase semhu eyi na no mi no aye won kan ye ni problem di bra e koso e land guards e double seal of lands e de kika ho me de me se bi my judge e wo lands court e wo tema e crime e ma ni ye koso ye kolo ye no oba program na se ebe so ye nsachi aye e she ye de enti se nyame ayadom na se di adom me na metimi de enwoma ebe bo my Ghana say e ba out na susu se ehu hia se di kan ba na se de ne de ebre no ansana metimi atom
Onipo kaseye his lordship Alexander Oseitutu woye otemuafo mapa ewo my Ghana mu ene Gambia na kanema mpani George Kunkofo gye ene o hye ni nkura kasa waye ade pa na nwomesua eye atemu adwuma no so mu nimde a wanya no de tintim saa nwomai eye pa be wai enema ni aboa amasase ene hwan na ye ne dia ho mra ne ho nsenkan ye no omanfo etimi ate ase yi
studying land and ownership of land, whether it's lease or freehold or whatever, becomes very, very crucial. So I think I'm so pleased, one, for your decision to come to remind me that it was during my tenure as president of our land that you were called to the bar 20 years or so ago, and then also that you've been elevated to the bench and you haven't just used your time advocating, you've coupled it with researching and writing, trying to bring the law on land up to date. So I congratulate you, and I want to let you know that you make me proud. You've reminded me of those times, and so congratulations, Your Lordship.
Money yo mira kanema mpani John Ejekum Kufo ne ene yete no akiri yi
National Executive Committee ya woda opposition amayoko People's National Convention PNC no one more at the babetu dwa ese one more pro 2020 presidential candidate David Apasara ene womo national chairman Moses Daniba womo yi womo every party no emu esanse womo atia anase womo ye nieme bia etia womo amamra womo di ebu party no womo kyerese womo party no amamra no article 14A womo ebuso na ensemo mu kruche ye bra womo kyerese womo koye neck meeting enano ya wada me busumi na neto so edu emienu na meeting na echi no ene babeto dwase sampanyimfo mienu yi womo atwoma womo yi womo free party no emu na no ena neck member ba ko no so eye national youth organizer eda PNC amayuko no ano owura mark ewusi akon wono so de beto dwa echem se nya no kre enya no kre one day womo nya neck meeting bia PNC fo nya neck meeting bia na se bibi ni a womo hwepete takra mu din a womo general secretary madam Janet Nabila ya womo etwe no sensen ye wo party no no on ne techira wodi sa ade no chese etwe ya twena sensen ne ya papa anything na ma woda sa suba na edinto wa na dwen se obegu party no fi agu party no animu ase esan se wadia emfumso bi anase wa ya nyambasam ama party ni panyufo atwena sensen to ora maka usi akon a woni ye nua salamat kuku apento twetwe ko no chese PNC womo nya neck meeting bia.
It is never to say I next meeting be our baby. Agent Nabila and then Nkofo FCM ISR who called for the meeting. And in any case, when a communique is coming from an institution like this, I think the chairman or the secretary should append the signature. But letter now is circulating. So it is not signed by any individual and it does not bear any name. The constitution of the Union Party and Article 14C, I say it is only National Congress and a bit near Saki. And I say Akwashi will be membership. If you party, and you party the Benny organize the National Delegates Conference. Then you have Janet Nabila say Wakwashi a membership of Ubi our party. The same man Casa Moses Daniban and the Pastor almost in the Kosokra. They are concentrating on ensuring see a Bayard Mabua party. And you know, you never do the Nabila the next year, your man is suspension. It's a work for only yaw. And now what yes and now or yes will be good party moving.
Any OTE a national youth organizer or da PNC amayukono and no mark ewusi akon and otis one year salamat kukwa pencil edisankomwe.
Sikasama se ya no Ghana Revenue Authority atoba sakomu ye ncheche de ma woni a e wonsa no dwuma hodo enwumamu e wo Ghana ha se titiw Greater Accra Mantemu enti akwakuo bi te se Ghana National Tailors and Dressmakers Association, Ghana Hairdressers and Beauticians Association, and the tete to send no one aquacoshiam. And Chachone for e-levy no eho. Now so far be the churches Sikasam Sutitu and Etojijia Unmunyam for Abna or say Asari and a new Mokasai and what church e-levy no and Shishahu Donimudia Chro Manfo and what sounds so generous what church and for so ye bet me appear free mwaba and ya Bible tie and say and for so be it baby be numa tetrimu how many dodo no atimi aye wo matimi anya adwuma ne bia ye ade aboa enti ekuo no ne munipa wo monye no wa atu ne nyina yenyi bi man kakra emfanye oman no eyi
yankasa so ye betimi aboa ama ye man na konkan eni nti na aban introduce electronic levy eye tax handle here ye hope say memmoa eni ye nyina moa ebetimi aboa na afi eye target ye dia to ye nim se ebe raise revenue 80.3 billion no abemusa ama ye nyina se mo nka ho a enye yie aban ko antimi ntina se e mo ni sire mu nka se sika we ne maka se me raise eninti me nko ama ye se adwuma eninti na twa se ye ba mo na se na revenue measure ye a ye introduce ye ne mo ebe di nkita ho na ne wo mu bi a mo nti ase ye wo mu bi esese ye chiechie mu yie ama mo so mo ti ase ye na mo de mo ntuma ebebo ye diem ne nyina ye kɔ ne ye koma ye man e ma ye man ne kon kan sinsei no eni nti na ye wa hanum sei
onipa okasei ye sofo be de kira wo hwe sikasam so titiru ene etojigye onmonyamfo abna osei asare na omanfo enya antete ni bia na nkyekye ni bia nso woni ensenhwe ni Naomi Obnewa edinkomo
Tiasene first no na dodo na face sika no 11 no ewo mobile account no ma yego sote onim say e bia wo be send nko na yeti enti anasa withdrawal no or withdraw mobile money account na agent ho a ye bete no onimu say onino onimu say yebete no but now no omama yate asese no de okorredro ayentil ene de wo account mo de da de ayentil answer say obe send dia and obe send no so no say 100 cedis below 100 ayentil
yeah beautician Ghana Hairdressers and Beautician Association Gaba yenta so wo e-levy hunye de omamba biara opieda ne mani ye no osoro otua to da mo ba ya what ba ye emani ye ne da minti ihia so ye de hene bisade hina atu na enyim de sika na e-levy na warjeje no osada ihia so ye hu no ho mfaso
Omanfo bi a okokonya nchechire ne bi efa e-levy ho ene ne Naomi Obiniwa edi nkomo
Na Chief Executive Officer ya Oda Public Procurement Authority ano Oran Frank Mante ede atu dwase Ghana Electronic Procurement System wa ye share transform project no mu a Ministry of Communications ena esi wo mu SRS no ade bi ebeboa pa ama procurement dwumadie mu Ghana ha se emu ada won mu se fine odi tu dwase procurement ebeboa pa amene abefo kwan ye fa so ede contract ne ade emmenwumaku ahodo no ni nyina emu me adawa nipa bi emfa no emesan kansankamu ye de mawo na chese ye de ama obi entimi emfa chire emesesa no wo se ebesan so aboa pa ama wo matre wo mo edwumadie mu o de sanse mi tudwa ebra okoye kasa chire dwumadie wo Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration GIMPA efa procurement dwumadie ahodo ekoso Ghana memu ewo
I don't need a Ghana Electronic Procurement System. In the World Bank, they share the Ghana government. As part of the e-transform project and the Ministry of Communication. Instead of someone who be better, who be free, be finance enough. Aba Tamale, and I say Sunyani Aba Krabe submitted tender. Nippon better not Tamale, and I say Sunyani ho. Now beyond at the back of the computer, no sending a tender. So in the cost of translation, any inconvenience, you know, no be do. So come on, she says someone submitted tender, and Nippon elite. We do crafting or traffic where we do. 10 o'clock, no, I could do 5 minutes per 10. Not in how into electronic procurement system, so much transparency. And then you human factor, need to be brief. Now, we human factor, need to be brief. So, transparency and efficiency, it will be at least will be in Yaja.
Na enwachi ena rector ya Oda Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration ano Professor Samakebunsu ono so mu emfasoa sa kasachiri edebebre adesuafo
Pani oni ebekasa wachechi mwami yenu se eduma no no ye enti emrane ka to ho a enye no ane se da ho ye de ye eduma ankasa enti no ebe ma students no ehunu se de ye ka ewo textbook mo de kire ho ye de ye eduma ampa ena omo ehunu se ne ya tworo no nye saa na time bi enti ene ma bi ho a sesan kakra ebo ebra ene emra no bo ebra na o se ohunu kwan a obefa so a wonti amra no enti bo ebebo na ebe ma ye adisuafo ye ehunu say ye kan anase mra da ho ye de ye aduma ankasa
Any awoti ye rector ya Oda Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration Professor Samakebunsu one yen century ne Patricia Sefa ena Edisa Nkomi
ye jina we so make a sebo so ajabo for gratso ye basisia
Peace FM.
Amanfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwoho, Brandsbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiweb, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor properties any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need daho. Ewo detector, clear pictures. Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Our monitor baby we are CBA.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or Tom phones any home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories.
So wakoma ho show and I bought periperi, the Bronican hard ben one. At the end of the Sawoye, that's how young sweat to Muswe.
Woba packing a farmer, Martin's liver salt, Tetra and Tem, as she and Shagu glass more at a Martin's liver salt, no back one, no dear goom.
Uba who say, who a glass in the moon. Now one no. Martin's liver salt, you want orange flavor, and a bacosia plain.
One more, Hobato, Nemum Edina, no, now home to war, who doctor.
Amen. Yenim some who say Nigeria saying.
As Sian said, what the army Nigerians and Yeni, our herbal IRSM view, Nankundia, Adasidie, Nasia, any of us body and Kwan. So once so share upon Dimo Huta, what dear Bramanfo, a free and Triso, Ecosia Nasia, and Hina Yadia Sha, Amin and Sawa dear. What didn't run it up barefoot and video, actually, I didn't kun what time.
Amin at the herbal, Ako Modern was signed in naturopathy and homeopathy pine, a queen and Yarewa. Say, Suku for Flaman. Neighbors, a quania, you did have say a dear, our army. When you auntie, and I dear Niger from say, Sarepa war, Yarabi show, and I Arabia Beja Puna Nipediamua, Allah Shafi, on your many Yarisafo. Inshallah, Enya Duma, Ayarasabeba. Army what domi, what by old sniffer. Ultra modern branch work lagoon, Tama Road, Frey 020-722-9505 and a 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Afei amnonisem ye ko Russia ne Ukraine entokwa no mu ewiase amama dodo no akasetia Russia ka chense omani begu ase e wo kokase ye awomo esai no esom na saa ensem yi omo de tudwan so a na mpanimfo bebre ehia efa adwen and our more Eddie Moscow ato epaso. UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss efemono ohun se Vladimir Putin obegu ne ho anemu ase ebrebi bedra ne ho be ne pa G7 nhemu no ase no empanifo bebre a kire omadwen se ehia se wo mo sanso emia ohye no a wode ato Moscow na Russia so no wo mo san yire mu pampe na wanya baby a home amfe basa obejai entokwa no mu ama asomdwe etimi aba ewo ewiase
Kasia bonus and some to join a demo akotin Ebenezer National Executive Committee awoda opposition ama Yoko PNC ano essay one more akonhyiemu ama Yera David Apasara 2021 negina etu Frank Adema ama Yoko no ene wo national chairman Moses Daniba one more apamo every party no emunanso NEC member ba kwa wo national youth organizer Mark Usi akon essay anya nokore NEC for wo mfrenhyiemu bia
na high court timwa for bakun a wo yete modwuma wo Ghana ne Gambia his lordship Alexander Osetutu watintim enwoma ye fire sase eho a ebema emu emra no ani adaho amantiase etimi aba
sanso na chief executive officer da public procurement authority ano Ora Frank Mantedia tudwa ese procurement ya womode aba ehye enkrato asoye no ase no ade ebeboa pa ma procurement dwumadi emu adaho fine
Nana ya kunedu mene
mame biama kwafo
ye de trust da e ma KK pepra roofing e ho na ye si dan e boso e ma na ye fefefe na sedan ni sie be ye fa na ye supreme coated roofing sheet en chance papa bi e de kru dan so ma fie ni nya nonyam e ma dam ye nwunu kala ne nsesa enwe na achi de tia ne tie KK pepra e na ma 10% discount e wo supreme coated roofing sheet ho entime pa wo chow furniture KK pepra unu da KK pepra no adentan dodo akwemu wa mro hia kakra no du tol buto ho kuma sen so fade mamponten kwemu ho a ena nsawo mu kwemu so dobro anaso barrier old barrier ho na be hu KK pepra 0244 912100 0244 912100 Bisro 10% discount to into kwana kokwajo die eyepa and enterprise de tonto adansi ne cement iron rods and ni nuanum ne nyina mama fa nko First Atlantic banka woma ogu ahomekokwo e wo sikasem mobile banking no woma hyemu kena eti short code no star 442# star 442#. Now we are a mobile network biya so transfer sika, your bills, auto airtime data, our network biya so. Kama. ɛyɛ akomatɔ yam nkoa ɛna First Atlantic Bank ɛde brɛ yɛkora this way chocolate drink anɔpɛyi deɛ ohia ka ho a ɛne nsuohyɛ wonya tea bread bi anabo fruit de wɔna ebi so no yɛda mo nyinaa ase ɛma mo mu ɛnitie
ensema ko twiko bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana Montie adwumadie so eye neat
Utie oha ekchi ponkno neat FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha ekchi ponkno neat FM.
Adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM. Ghana Montie na mansanya so Adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. All the sampa Kasia bo Kowakata Monsa Amaya se Kasia Waye Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamadime Kamadine Bo Nita Fe Mumayentie Kasia Waji 100.9 Kwesi Monkwe.
Coach just said, I think we have a pretty seminal event coming up with the Africa Development Bank. And there are many reasons that the reason why it is important for us, given the build-up of all of these events, as Minister said, from COVID to the Russian-Ukraine war. I think Kojo was a bit euphemistic in talking about events in Europe, but it's really an unfortunate war. So let me thank you, Kojo, for the opportunity for the ministry and myself to be here and to inform and update our fellow Ghanaians on this important event, the hosting of the 2022 Annual General Meeting of the Africa Development Bank at Accra International Conference Center from May 23rd to the 27th. It is the first time Ghana will be hosting this event in person in our history after we signed on as founding member state on 14th August 1963 in Khartoum, Sudan, and attended the bank's inaugural board meeting in November 64 in Lagos, Nigeria. Indeed, we had a Ghanaian, Dr. Kwame Donkofojo Kantinka, as the president of this bank between 1976 and July 1979. But it's truly intriguing, to think that Nkrumah was one of the key founders of the OAU, and we've not had a meeting of the AFDB in Ghana, forever. And even more significant, we have not had an organ of the African Union in our country since the founding until was a couple of years ago when the AFCFTA came into force. And it's like, with all the work we did, so we had the political emancipation of the continent and set up this great institution, and we don't get any benefit. But then 60 years later, the next emancipation, of course, is economic and investment. And by divine whatever, it lands in our country. So patience and perseverance is important. John, welcome. Today, 41 African economies are severely exposed to at least one of three concurrent crises: rising food prices, rising energy prices, and tightening financial conditions. Finance ministers now call it, the dreaded 3 Fs of food, fuel, and financial conditions. And that is just rippled through all of Africa. Food prices easily about 34% higher. Crude oil prices some 60% higher. Global inflation has risen. We saw our numbers yesterday move to, I believe, 23.6% or so, and a good chunk of it being imported inflation. So we truly are at our wits' end on the continent as to how to address these issues. And the numbers of people who are impacted is quite scary, and we have to look at that. So the newly poor in Africa has increased by some 55 million, and approximately 35 million former jobs are at risk around the continent due to reduced demand, enforced lockdowns, and global supply chains, and the war.
Akasma be aduonu watwe na nonson abo enne ye fiada me eda etoso odumiensa mame mo achi me mo akwa abanso emra ye ya no pedwumadie Ghana Montie Neat FM 100.9 wotie nka fi in crime Shape House Abeka Junction no pay na fie mi a wote me ne wote me nkan ye fra me KWASI ABOAGYE me nam di dwumadie ho twia me o share e wo Facebook e Neat FM 100.9 Sansu na wutie share wo YouTube Despite Media Neat FM Yedas ye ni so papa na me share so anope enya me kwa na me wanam saying ekweje wa akode ka me ho sansu na kwabe na mafo anope on be boaking kan de obon krata no ami yetimi ate nsem no asie yie anope ye wo interviews bebre nsem ni bi wo hia nchirechiremu nsem ni bi wo hia se wutimi ti ase yie nsem ni bi wo ase etimi fifi mu na ye gi nchirechiremu yie pa enti ye bopin ahoma no na ye nsaka da o ma na ye campaignfo a na chese no ye pizza nsem no ye bisa nsem no ye gi nchirechiremu sa na ye kwe ni manope Need 100.9 Ghana Montie suri me da say Wajin Chobet Media Fire WhatsApp line was 050-372-1744. 050-372-1744. And if you need to say, and I see a podcast crank crying so handsome somewhere more. Na kai be a jacoto much as a traffic no. And a pay mukwana so to say. Entina Messia ya mon cotton baby a traffic in hono. Na Ghana aso de baby a traffic in ho pani awiem. Titiri nkran ha say baby a wunya traffic pe ani awiem. For baby a befa bia traffic. Baby a befa bia traffic. Wodi ebusa wo mo amote mia sa mia we. Okwo he spinters kwan so omutimi sori ahomachi. Obi se so odu adwuma be no nsia. This was sori ahomachi be no miensa. Ne wasim nkakran nsa na oba bedu adwuma. Omo a wo tetema hodom se kobuso obno mo nko mama nu nkyerɛw. Ubedi traffic musa. Omo a wo te sa ho ya omo si o skafo amantem ni ade yi slego ansa de ande. Buso obno mo nka nkyerɛw. Upese udu ntem a chise osim be ahomache be no miensa. Tese wache kra ni nonum. Omo a wo mu fi ka so ani ade ba be wura nkran krom hai. Kona ko he. Jesu obi bia chise osimu ahomache. Te ya ade bia pese udu adwuma be ye no nsia. Chise ne wo swade be ye enano wa wo da be ye tamben. Wo da na akwa kobo anadwudu baako. No miensa and our sound so day. We ada. Edipia ka me ye. Entia nchebia mumiem twitwa nsase na wo soro ho no mien twa ne enton na tase ye. Yesisi ye de wo soro ho no sei. Ho de ho ye fidi. Na hapa traffic. Nana mi fish wo mo yes apoku ase dia mo see traffic no be still I say Ghana no yeah interchange yes here dey solve problem be wie na say problem no kra be kase ayi ni amampanyi zikufo ye ya ase dia ye wo ayi tete kwase wo interchange wo dey bia na traffic Africa, Ghana. Eyasemu. Enti anope yatna si eba be din komo eba be he ne ekoso o my Ghana mu. Mo amokoto aduane nso ewo ye mawako no. Ayi mati see Food and Drugs Authority for so much in Fimuasia. One more yen Fimu Monko se why? Monko se Mundi Anakafa.
It is a wrong perception. The statistics that we compile in this ministry do not support that. I mean, the size of KK that you are talking about. We've had this our 5th year of planting for food and jobs. Nobody complained about reducing size of Kenke until this year. Why? Because there was a drought last year in the southern part of this country, a very heavy drought, both in the major and minor season in the forest and the southern part. People forget these things very easily, and that affected supplies. And had it not been the very good harvest that we had in the north, the situation would have been far, far worse. So this year, fortunately, apart from the 1 month delay in the major season rains in the south, the rains have been excellent. So you go to the north, you'll be amazed. I was in the north in Walla Walla at the Vice President's mother's funeral. And from the air, you can see, and coming on the road, the harvest is very, very good. Yes, you are talking about planting for food and jobs. It's very much alive and it's going to carry on as we have before. It's maturing, more and more farmers are benefiting. We see that productivity, which is the target for smallholders, are being achieved with higher yields of all the grains and the tubers and so on. So it is very heartwarming to see that in spite of what the naysayers were saying a few months ago, including the former president, that there's going to be famine. In fact, we are on the cusp of a major a boom in food production, to the extent that if you monitor the tamale market, for instance, grain market, prices have tumbled.
Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think special ice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM.
Adawuro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Yanko enim yentwa so na yeba beji de bon krata no enimu nsem. Kwabena mafo eka me ho kwesi aboagye no pay wo hanum se sanso na kwieji wan so ka me ho kwesi aboagye no pay wo moboa na wo makenkan de bon krata no de aman. Na no pay kwabena to me nkra se aka ewo kwan no so o say traffic ewo pokuase na pokuase kwan no so kwabena
kwesi cars 5
and
enya accident
o menya accident kan kwanhia
ama ba ko atu
wo ba na wo ko sen na tie
se wo free pokuase eba no wo free pokuase ba atimo on se wuduru ofanko barrier honom no a wonam highway a wo option side as wo be fa for man na wo be fa soro
okay
enti honom no na nkwansia na si na car ba ko amuni free highway no soro abetofom enti ebeto ye no anto sei etokwan mu tim enti a block kwan no na highway ne de no so ekumuni tokwan no mfimfini pe na de aka no atoke enti ekwan na ba bia cars 5
montimi nko
da bi obi antumi
wow
cars 5 na ye involve enti traffic no na start at the free of anko body at the best ko pokuase enti say utumi wura lungurungu efa sofa no aba besi e barrier ne fom wanim ho pan sana watumi akonti na enya easy pay yeah and da sugu ho enti say e bia mpenimfo hwe na omokoboa kakra na police fo ho de bat na situation no obakwesi wo ma helpless say kana ada kwanum ba kunso amuni firi sura berefom ina no eden pa
I see. So apart from the I see jato cars ni bi no ba traffic no eche wo honum see no anope o see nkwanhia enso
cars 5 na ye involved.
Wow. See. Well, I'm sure say ye nyina anope say what in Canada mean say see ya hweyi wo kwan no so papa mo nso a monam bia mo yusu sa kwan no obenya abotre na wehu say yes ye de ato wanim say no
kwesi obenya route bi a obetumi aba besi barrier no anim pa nso a obetumi afa na obetumi afa awosi wafa la pa
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedie sunu asugoi ene eyefiada me ni deto so dumiensa yanyi de bonkrata na nim nsam yehwe enko enu mekua
geographic democrata na yede ebade na uhwe animu aseya wadi omaisa na hinoro akenofori atamfo nyine aba na wonim yenim dada so de na tade no ayefita na ne cheda ne kom na ne gogoro so ne de wanfa nhye nani odi ahye ne moma so na woda mo apagya ne nsem se Kristo Yesu a wo ba be ma nkwaje no wasi ajapadi no ye sakraye wom ye revive no ye nyane no ye nu ye ne ye de aba esanse no ane ade ebetia boa Ghana ye sika ye nya adi free efom agudie ho edi se nkrofo adwe yo musa ajapadi no adade ya ane ye woboa afe na eba beba biem wasi ye hia pa na cabinet etina se ano mo chemu se esa aniema ye no my Ghana ma se no yetimi produce ni yie eno nti omo age national quality policy no atomu a eho ensem no de aba isafo na ekase no mo kasa no mo de to abaye nim se yi levi no a wo de aba no aja obi nchifo asempa kodo wo se ye yate yaje atuma ye sha se etua na so ebo na ye tua ne do so emu odudodo etinka be ya nkate so saa 1.5% ne wanimu etite so ma ye nemra from ba ne sade a ye ni beje ho pa na we any ensem bi enanei graphic democrat already aba
kwabena be boy rem but before kwabena be wurem no ma men kodi saa enkomoyi esan say aban crash for aban adwumayefo a ye from clock sack that is civil and local government service association Ghana clock sack for one more echo strike na ora kwame asamwa dwumo director complaints and grievances ma clock sack for anope yen kodi nkomo ejadwumo da se mo akwa baba ni tfm so anope so yenya ne ntia clock sack cca no say abro yipuma kwan mu mo se strike no ma calling off pacho no kre na enchiremu ni se die ntina ma calling off no
me da se in fa kwenye so na me chia MONTIE de fu na wo kan me akaka na me chia kusa na me chia kusa ya kusa ka ya me pambi ni pa ko kubia ye kusa
Mpacho ejadwumo minim se bia se wo phone no wo speaker say wo sound no e be fa kakra ntie bia se nka wanu timi ben we na beboa me kakra nyi timi atu ni ni ya
what me gan ye
mpacho ayinti you
they do what
ya mpacho ya medase
me chia kusa ya ni pa bi ni kusa ma ko ye kusa na kusa ke ya ba ya tuma ya fa ya ministries department local government service what this assembly na system regions na kusa ke members o ye ma ye ni abai ye ma direct oko Jubilee House wa akrati for ngunyi na ye kusa all chief directors of Ghana na ministries department na RCC the Ghana na ye kusa for the Nifal Convention and for the Chia. And of course, say the buy men can show that you ask them. It's a negotiation. Actually, I'm a memorandum of understanding. I can say, ye be implementation, and I say, ye be ye, Ama and Payon say, and to Tria, and I say, she say, and buy a year, you know, one of us. Because me, I know you, my brother, for understanding, and just said, Abaya to Miss Lampa, and I said, be pushing to start for me. Yes, I am 20th January. Young and the February, on the Chia, March, Mentia. The only day, a command, the Labor Commission said, my 23rd April, the Abaya come with the normal baby. And I'm planning to not to invest in Abayan Common. Even said and the transit the Sikabianaka. And I can't put TI. And I follow strike Mr. Udi Anthony. Yet, so and part. Almost for a man who called Bunshia Muka than man. The atom, the Kotuya, and there's a stuff. Mana ekaka kuma kuntula ngana ngina kuntula anakanta njena oni pia my focus ndizo ni edu ko yang nsebi na sekrata anko ho se if finance nkomo ho se omo fanya eduma na do anotan na jese ayi hwibu ada yana na koka ya jese e man strike in advance court menya me aduma na o kana be o yi kuma ko na ema minister of finance and the crata come control I say afidi share no when to nti na the share na to bia na hu na say e be ka say e cost like you see me and cost me and fire and you na chi nti na say to nti na ye do council meeting 16 regions ni na HDI e ka council na ye 16 regions ni na ampanimpo and the national executive council. ɛyɛ zoom meeting na ɔmo gye to sɛ deɛ aba no bia ɛne strike ne yɛmfa ma ɛyɛ na dware ɛkɔ obiara nkɔ adwuma yɛnti ne yɛmfa no dware no firi sɛ ɛnna no a yɛde samre na ɛyɛ strike no yɛ gyefne ne yɛnim dɛ ɛbɛfrɛ nti obi wɔ nkra otu kɔ ɛkɔtam obi kɔ bɔroga obi so wɔ bɔroga ɔbank na obi kɔ kumase obi kɔ takrade so nti sɛ ɔkɔka sɛ ɛnɛ yɛ a wɔmmra adwuma na kyerɛ sɛ wopɛ sɛ bia no adwuma pɛ ne punishment ne bibi saa ne ayɛ sɛ deɛ wobɛtumi akɔ adwuma nnɛ bɔne biara nim deɛ ɔntumi nkɔ dwara no ɛne ɛyɛ sɛ obiara kɔ adwuma mote yɛ nokorɛ saa ne teɛ.
Right, so say metie mopani oda mukoya no. Na bra no ode nsɛm de to dwa announce so okay sisi ade strike ma calling off no. No aka bibi sɛ we no strategy na niamu ye de half time. Enti obi ade ne strategy kwa koye hyɛ mu. Nti half time na ye wo mu ni ne kaka ho. So sɛnea no osi kan na akoye sɛ da bi niam bi wo hɔ no mu sɛn man shedan kan sini pi ensini ta enti se saa niam no mo hwe enim na se bia se ntimi ankwanko yete se niam mo pedi a ene mo be shanko strike ni bi say na tie
on ti aten man pa dia anya ye sen de enye se kwa allowance ni kwa ne ye kan service masem eni ni man kan ta so mo kaya personally, Bakoban said, Sarah by August, as he in 2023, on the year Juma, meeting a man, yes, allowance to work as
okay. But said, Naminim said, and come so far, and a cost no must say, Muhia payment plan. And to see a payment plan.
And no, the Yakoma, and Kundula can't.
Okay. When you have so, and Untina Makot. Okay. Na mi musa unti dia na mo ka kire yen so Ghana fo ya mo inconvenience yen ya mo strike ama yen so ye niam bi asɛ ya ye ho kire yen no dia na mo ka kire clock sack
e da wan se e di kai na da mo na se e ba en na di pass na me yam se amam fo ya fi papa nti sem be break so ba yen so ye di because ni ni ye ye you know, your mom we mom no den there to be was so boa on from minister of finance on the man we na buy because I near buy am fast na here give ka so no de kata be ko kata no ko na ma fi say nya hwe nya nka nya bibia bata in the end there because na anko chewa
and the clock sack mu yi mu hu firi mu
anya de bi ya hu firi mu nya Eka yankwa nti eka ya de ni na no ta yes na what you mentioned yes next ye mpelesa because you say the ni ho a Ghana bet me akoche because it ye drama for Ghana eka na ni the drama that so mo say mo nya se ana ko ban ni closer to kwa ye minister no ni ya ban kasa yin na kwa e minister of finance and yes idea
nti ora ken no forata na ya ye niama se ye niama anko ye mfa mbo ni ministry no
ta pepepe no kwa na se di bon
mo dia mo nji blame ni bi
debi ye say kan no na transfer our letter for ya ye agree 20th January ye agree na am be transfer February amaso March amaso when you say April by 21st you enter the call 21st you enter validation because by 15th because 18th na validation the year they no man can get no be able to say buy it you am you the call 21st if you be validation on 18th per internet 21st cancel the call they call it 21st na 22nd what they call a grandma it's a baby.
Well, you better see Ejajumo na
so madam wa tiki akwan na bia na mama fa akwan yesu na kusa kumani ni na se so mo taye shi e do bi ho aye ya na fi na se wo su ya nkwa ma ya nko na ma amba ni plan e yesu mfa so e se parliament ni na MPP na hu se kusa ko so there will be ase be uncle Ghana Ghana beyond CLOSAC much fine here boy and my baby young bubbles ama
Yes, yeah, that is Ura Kwame, Asamoah Jumo, Director Complaints and Grievances, CLOSAC, that's Civil and Local Government Staff Association of Ghana. We want to see Oma Kolo for strike and Tia Joada, a bank crash for Benjamin for Mukwe Juman Pamjo. Monday, we want to see all of you at work. There's no time to sleep. Need 100.9 Ghana won't teach me this. You go there, bank crash and any moon seven. Ye gusu ye yenyi bikora.
Yo. Abusia for the Bakata daily guide na me de bay. Andra dear can we for the town in Yessica some swap for honorable. One was on Takrata with the Bakata would winning name. Wakasafa ye living home. And was San Casafa, watch a Koswa. Ghana for Swa will be at TNT Munise. And ya hang kwan ya watcher yai. Oko Africa countries no best 41 will be a one today. Enti ya kraya de numpodie eye kra tai star 41 countries no a wode wamudi atu dano enti ya kra de ya na awurade ase TMPC fo na YDC USA partner ya wamudi tumadi esurunko bi emrantie mienu ka so a teenagers no omukokun wamu seso no wamu guso edi asam no Ghana na eba be hostu African Development Bank Group meetings awaha Benito Usubio Deputy Minister Lands and Natural Resources and Wadi Green Ghana ede akwa PM awa aburochire Nandra start ya na branch ya bia your friend say Omar Jabo Abdullah ana watete ya say ye me kwadidi wa mawako Legwan branch one na de me yemu ya me nya asam ketwa me ne madam fo ne me nkwada ye nyina ye bre ewa pa na nkofo de toatoa so ye yanso the same thing ye kodidi wo hono mu abra ye bra nya asam ketwa enam so ma FDA etu anamon eko East Legon branch ma wa ko restaurant ya wo ma kwa akotumu ye nsisemu nanso wo mu de tawpa abra Ghana fo se munya botre ma wonum na eja dada de nyina ye ni wo mu anete mfom so kakra bi na ba ye mpa momfa ente
na statesman Democrat anu na mo no wodoro akenofori atamfo nyine abomai to afo hwe sika samso ana wo chema no say African Development Bank impinifo e ba be ye hyiemu e wo hase ahwe kwampo ye befa so a ye bema bibiman agina wonai so biem e bra wo hawo ene ahokyere aba wode Dr. Ken Ashigbenfo nyine aba wono na Ghana Telecom Chambers boss no ono ne da no wana so ye boss na wasibo mo no wansebre ba be start no busumo ya hyase no ene enkrofo die mika koyi omusika ena ye nyo ne enyese ne enyese de wose enema dadin asenti ase no eya ye adwuma enkrofo ya ate ase enti no wana no ho pere wo mo yam hyehye wo mo koyi sika no se abafo man enkrofo eguso omudi momo no eya adwuma ya kakra enti enche be peke anase be obekosoro enwo asemode aba oru akwabena abankwa yeboa ono sunifo nyini adase no wo kirem se Wobia pese MPP amayekonu ye yemisumani abrepa anu ti dwomtene ne pese midie etu ono so ani abra masese de ono akwa ye akopa ne campaign wontuma kora ewa poye mantemu international chairman no ono so de ne ho kwakohyemu a oru akwabra bankwa ye boase ono ne betimi aboa NPP no matimi akomanima wei eye the statesman Democrat anu
na Ghanaian Times Democrat ananim ha wade waba pani a wada FD anu foni abetoa ne ho afapa ya friend Mrs. Dalasi Mimi Dako na watasa nra FDF wotu anamon ekoma wako restaurant ya ewo East Legon na Director Legal and Corporate Affairs FDA Ora Joseph ya benye ena oti womanim koye watrasa sadia Ghana fo dodo no akomprenie so far womanya 70% ya womudanya ho clinic ya yase wonum womuteso womukodidi wo restaurant wo enti womakwakotum ya womugusu a womu yansisemu womutrase ade bi ebesie bia no wobebo Ghana fo amane top officers be say enwati 8 district assembly municipal assembly wo enipa 80 womutese yede womama mpanimfo sie mo wonum kwadu sadi womasia tutu Ghana sika samba sabasa no ɛnyɛ adeɛ a ɛnika afei Africa Development Bank wɔn meeting kɛse a wɔn ba bɛyɛ May 23rd ɛde kɔsi 27th no ononyanfoɔ kan wɔfori ata abɔ mu amane a wɔhyɛ no space da ha asafoɔ na ɛprɛditie yi wɔn tɛtɛ COVID-19 yi ɛkɔ yi ebi a etire ni da so bɛba na Ghana yɛ dɛdɛɛdɛ ewɔm so obi atie mu susa asetire mu ayɛ dendeɛ but yɛsi tears may come in the morning but in the evening it will be smiling. Ghanaian time.
The informer Democrats anu di Ghana mampenyina na adudanko akufo adumfo nyini aba. Ne sada nsayama no openyina wono na African Development Bank odano. Dr. Akiomi ena wochiachia no yi. No mampenyina kasa no de atudwo akyerem se braso. Se bibi ma yede ye ho adifri wo hiamu o. Ne eje na so sikasem ehhehye yemu ntie no ena wache na adwen ede afa ho no. Ebrekro na mu so ena owura kenofori ato mayesa na ahyekyem se ahawe ba ye fa aduane fuel eye fangu na Fiscal kasam ho no ekoye de ma bibi ma be ye aduane ba ko 41 na emu aden amampanya be de Jesu acheche mu se brazo se nimdifo wono mu wobie ni aba no kabo mu hwe epagya Ghana ye fidi dwuma na etimi ko anim wei eye the informer
me da se kwabna besa bem na ma min enko amano so na menni ora Joseph Benny Director for Legal and Corporate Affairs, Food and Drugs Authority. Na ejefio enra se mbaka ya de tumanim se restaurant bi wo enkran hanum sein. Na Ghana e fe mawako. Wo mo nkrabata be se hem se nine crass se won kran hanum sein. Ebi o East Legon, ebi o Abelenpe, se Labadi and one other area bia no many enva Spinkters. Okay, so Spinkters and so Kahunti be 9. Na Food and Drugs Authority bra yade tu dwa no a ye ka chem so ma wa kwese amanfo no mu bi enuanu mu bi akwa akodidi wo honom sia wo mu complain se o manya ohaw na wo mususu se sa ohaw na wo manya no ebi mu yefun ni ne kaka ho sa ohaw na wo manya ni nyina no ejina se aduane om kodi wo ye ma wako na Food and Drugs Authority for ede enkai di bi ba ye se wo mu ato eye ma wako for restaurant no na no pe pese edi nkomo nyansem no mu ntiase yi enu ntina me se owura Joseph Benny our Director for Legal and Corporate Affairs Food and Drugs Authority one so ye ne ba be di nkomo Joseph ya da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anofe so boko mawako restaurant na foods for enkomo yi se ne na me chechi mu ma etiefoyi ene krata mo di aba no di empa na beto mo apono so Food and Drugs Authority enu ntia ese mo akwa akoto ye wo mo restaurant mu
me that say what my opportunity say cancer mabako or asemi see you say yan class ebi mu le say kan mo ko do wo na mo fo say e ani mo di e no na ama o how ka kra wo mo ko di ebi mu ko admission ebi mu e discharge wo as attend round ebi mu still on admission ebi mu so titi mu wo fi eni ne ka ho nti ye ti ye no ye ko ma wa ko ho e ko fese den na nti as part of a process na ye bi e fi mu no o say ye stop say e benya interference yes we ye so we have to close down the place to stop all activities at the end of the money put everything on hold. I bet you are investigation. So I don't buy I don't see it now. So we have to close down the business. Now, my was there, and yet it's going to the two in the course of the day. No, the sound to the wall and then the wall believe the call as part of the investigation. Your mom can down to my sound to the account.
So Mokrata na bakuda minimum making kind of Hanum say no. Well, see, the FDA has taken notice of complaints from the public about the suspected food poisoning at the East Legon branch of Mayako restaurant. We have closed down the restaurant and together with other relevant agencies started investigations. We wish to assure the public that the issue will be thoroughly investigated and appropriate actions taken. Additionally, FDA is ensuring the strict implementation of its protocols to prevent any further harm to the public. So we krata no na osi East Legon kwa bada no paint asi apesi nyane se all the branches are munim no enkrahanum say teacher because you say ebi wo sphincters ebi abelenkpe and ebi so labadi la enti sa branches inkrabata ni nyina matum
and the hospitals no yan two
okay
and no yan problem bi awo
okay
it's how they yan two but update this release and probably another release I can say the other two. The woman say the lab was to go and take samples, swabs. I also went environmental health officers in the years. It is samples in the lab. Now, you move here, you don't be able to, but meanwhile, I said I can protect public from further harm. They are suspending more operations in what these 3 branches as part of the process to stop any further harm to the public. It's not crucial. The 2-year investigations maybe that be okay. They go a chance of the member for but the all operations there have been suspended. So go about the notice board, FDA notice board say they suspending operations all the 3 places.
Okay. So, in Shishemui, yan share any man copying bear time be bang.
Because of lab, we can analysis.
Right. Now, when you yanchasio, send ya mo protocol, send ya mo amokrata mo kan mo share BBC nearby. Yenim say, sa asem share social media, Twitter ni ya ka ho. A man for share so okay. Be tweety, be the 2 social media, so yes, womu ebiomuyem eyomoya, na susu say food poisoning, ni ebi aduane omukoto mawako ni ne ka ho. Enti ebanesa na say mu follow na man for bam ho na be complain senator.
So obi am be complain no na ma ade ni kakra we hu social media. Na me take the opportunity like this, I'm trying to man for this they should tell us, in addition to going on social media, nobody can stop you from going on. But Omuma FD and the bay I bet 200 mountain where you on social media and I did Obi am reported directly am I don't know hard but you don't direct response but it's okay. We are acting on it by a amount for this sounds one can be as to the man as we are the them. If you have more social media acting on it.
Okay, so but my boss say yes, we more but ABA state agencies ni na BBC aba no mo betu one more more proactive. Good. But kwa me pese mbusa ne say in terms of monitoring, say restaurants, food joints ni ade wo mudwumedi a wo mudi no. Senya ebai a makwakoto mi dey imagine say mo anso no mra no ma ho kwan say mbetimi akono makwakọ monitor hwe say okedua no mo ye no bibia bokọ in terms of hygiene ni e kan say hot nduane no mo dey ye no nyaade bia say ensuo hoye kama me sure say mra no ma ho kwan say mo ye bibisa me boa
yeah mra no ma ye kwan si yeah wo mo say all restaurants yeah friend food service establishment restaurants ni can won na so ube because ana put uye adwuma wo ho a the here fa no say baba FDA issue to be a friend food hygiene permit that food hygiene permit answer e be ma food hygiene permit no the bank be especially the show be out to nyame the friend be supply quality assurance where do you get your supplies from the best storage facility, cold storage, and other storage facilities. How you prepare your food, personnel hygiene, the sanitation in the premises. It's so we are then we are satisfied that they will issue you with what you call food hygiene permit. I'm urging Obiasa, restaurants be the FDA hygiene permit. Who find self but who FDA food hygiene permit. Omunibia, but so no one advice you. Now I FDA so as to say because who FDA permit. So by you be Oman to me. They are with us. I didn't use the permits no. once every year, the year they have an unannounced inspection because the permit is for only 1 year. The year what we call unannounced. The member of time I ain't crowd say, but ever said, yes, now we put in place. Are you still following them? So the year on the year trying to win to see street vending, home street vending food. You know, I started to say, you know, you to my mouth a bit more permit. To call areas was about the more watching in the account. Yeah, you try a bit more system, no permit. We are trying to do all this things to ensure that the identity will be healthy enough for all of us. Don't be sure that yeah, especially we have the right or the mandate to fetch those facilities.
Okay, all right. But so far, no meaning in terms of numbers, no. Mwetimienya nipa dodo ebia mommy affected by food poisoning, so-called food poisoning.
Okay, and I call 2 hospitals were instantly gone. Yeboah and Adele. And we are following up on 3 other hospitals that amount for areas to say a big war. Those hospitals couldn't reach. But so far, from what we have gathered, we are discharging about 2 people to be more admission. So we are getting about 10 people. And the cancer is affected at the end of Obumaya soon now in Fawn Camp, your numbers no here, Gadano. But they never called 3 other hospitals. Obiari as to say, Bimuko, the call house up of say, maybe you are discharging one the hospital will give us records on that, so we can add it to our numbers.
So, why in Kakrawa Hanum you say, Ekobasa, yes, Omudi for a food poisoning and no crack, mo lab results, no banner bibia, FDA Yana, into we say, no, I should share Homa Abia, in France, Ekobasa Umawako food for sanction or no any semper.
Okay, I mean, I did because I know me because I was food poisoning, food poisoning. In tears, and they say, Obi the poison, I go food at the end no more. And yes, I know here. I bet me about the but and yes, I know I investigated it here. There can't have food poisoning, I cannot. They say, Obi and near Diani. One granny ye, Obi a Diani, and the other year Diani, one granny in the Amma Asema Bang. Now, remember example. I got a fresh fish and I meat. Who got to be out on the cold storage conditions. We have seen restaurants and the idea who use it. Once one for chef freedom. Yes, 3, 4, 5 hours. I don't know use it. That time, microorganisms are giving the opportunity to multiply. It won't be again. Let me affect the panel. And who will lead to food poisoning? Obviously, be a staff no here to Manu of Hono. Obu be a crew on the Musao, and our boil the pompo. The panel said one, a free production line, not in the self of the salad. So, what you are contaminated, I don't know. Now, and also I did to food poisoning. They can't food poisoning, no. The man, she has said, pass, and yes, say, obedient poison, I go weird here, and no more. But their process is now move fast. The people also are near getting hot. My mind understand what's a manage. And some of these say that time microorganisms multiply. And I bet affecting Obi Apomudi, the making the business who's one granny here, when you have food poisoning, get your share pass. And yes, say, Obi a poison, I go with you. The best man on the Sabbath, and yes, and I investigate. Macas Sanchez no hair canon. We say at 851 a year, man. On my a number of sanctions. 1, you can caution. 2, you can suspend or close down the facility. 3, there will be an administrative fine or administrative charge. We call fees and fees schedule passed by Parliament in the LI. Amount there you can charge the restaurant. This is because of our findings, we are placing this administration. I'm not speaking about it. The final one, but you need to work on and also through the police or attorney general department. I prosecute for. So those are the sanctions available.
Okay, all right. So again, you share a new copy of the BNB.
Yeah, can't say one because a lab, microbial analysis. They just say what is the cost? But in between them, the new information there, the amount for us, right? The young resources are shorter than that as well. The Baba boys, they were to say, this is what we have found.
That's Joseph Nyamishapa.
Yes.
Joseph Benny, Director of for Legal and Corporate Affairs, Food and Drugs Authority. Near AC Mawako Foods and Yedicha no pay, your SAB, a bit mania, Kasama for Mawako Foods, na Yaji Ebin, if you want to say, Yenya Omonsu Mubi, Omkoto Diano, Honum say, na. Ni see omo affected na ye ni omo so bedin komo need 100.9 Ghana Montie suni
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM
budget a ready budget e brain so say the budget ne be ya adwuma ono no nim de entia o sorry prekopa say ye twa to mu ene wo say yakuma wosoro yakuma na wosoro ni nyina ne say yedi kan ba ha waka kire say omu betu ye ka kopum so be ma ye reassignment yes you PRO no ye ka chen so nto gi asem na o kan ni di o say oh na wo nya adwuma ne yes ye betu ya o ka de wo ha ne say wo de order brese wo te na boso me ye tu ya o ka na wo koye wadwuma e be pum ne
eni abribia ye ba mo ho no mo no maka asem ne de say Yen na I address I fi say omo course omo ka asem ne say omo gu so omo ye no busu mi nsia nye 6 good months ne ye nyante hwe afa dia ye nipa na omo de contract ne ma no ono aka sa ba ma ne nsa so ono na wa ye say o kanta ye so say ye nto ye bo na yankoye bibi amfa na nto asem mu eti yanso so ye ma na botre eni 1 week and any 3 days wa ma ye notice of terminations. What notice of termination says any aircon washer, Ejumano, Nensan Kantin will be unfunny quine.
Ejumana, Papa, no, every 1 night pay close to Ejuman. In fact, 90 I see any more from. At the same time, Bibi Papa Bia and Comae, say be a bear Musi, reassign BMI, Mungo Trefi, and the bit to Amacano cry the bow, what your country capra cramai.
And we came, they were locking the doors and everything, and we were like, but when it is campaign time, you people will come and be begging us. And we came here because we respected you as a minister, and we came here, you people were locking the doors and everything like that. So it's not good.
Reassignment and our salary, 6 months or Muntia Kaye. And I come so dear to fear, ya ba, or more ya ba, baby, minister, ya ba, ya bread, because a binimu, ya wokumu, ya wama, and a tuna, and Nadan Dawson, and Nadan Dawson, too much.
We are having families. Pumole mio silapamo. Onudum. Ebile mio sile sukuyin. Relati sole na nele tatele. Ole mio bete mio jikpombe. Mi akona never pame. Ekoto ogbere ka ko ba nyami le dope. Nyale ka magro. Ne mi ba ko story be story. Egbiela. We are here. We want to tell them that today we are not living here without good news.
Sika sema ye kan no. Minister ma yeti as say Nia engineer so a ni omugina so omudi share sa abono say hoping say ye be pass 11 no tem na yam pass 11 no as they are mo share no amma sa bo share no mo share no aye a bit difficult to fulfill nti eno na secondly reassignment na ngazapo nia nti a twentwen so kakra no nyina ejina 11 no so. But we are some there, Omuguso. But any abuche very soon. I'm going to be my koshe. It was difficult for us to accept it, but really, be anywhere. But TP and young Crawford almost my young corner. They were almost yet satisfied with answers that they brought.
No, because say kasa cha yenhwe no mienu emremo no ministry no ne sa collect si enni
yenuan ma oti omni se womna no omye adwuma enkan no womna no omye adwuma to boot ahodo ewo ye Ghana hanum sei obeka say ye to boot empenifo de to onim se omoba reassign him e be pay adwuma baby foforo ne de omakọ akọhye enra omedwa lie enti Womuko ye Ministry of Roads and Highways. Say omaketu ya ma omhochirom. Seni anyame sitie no. Ahochiraba. nti almost repa say abani nye bibi mfa ho
ensem ko twiko bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana Montie adwumadie so eye neat
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ode sampa Kasia bo Ko wakata munsa Amaya se Kwesi abwaye Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamakile menkamadile bo Nitafe Muma yentie Kwesi abwaye 100.9 Kwesi monkwe
Nancy maybe talking about a Japan. I mean, my firm philosophical belief really is that the capital markets are meant for something that will lead us to equity resources, and we are not leveraging on it. And therefore, the question, it's not a question of whether monetization of mineral royalties or listing of the company is bad or good. You know, it is good because that is how you raise resources. The question is the process of doing that. If we have a problem with the process, let's articulate it, let's cure it, but let's not drop, you know, something that will be good for us and reduce our debt exposure. You know, so those are two very different questions. How best to do it, as opposed to don't do it. And so my mind is still there. I know the president has mentioned something about that, going through the AG and Parliament again to do that. But it's not something that I think is an asset to the country that one needs to drop. You need to examine all your equity and debt positions and make the best choice for the country, not a fleeting instances. We would never have done senior high school if we listened to other people. That's 400,000 lives now, you know, that have a chance to do something. We would have stopped short at e-levy because of the noise, and suddenly we have a tax handle that will be phenomenally important for the country. So we need to look at that.
Finance Minister, and what is your Casanera and Central Funshi Mun 70 be or the two a year Ghana for you about a year a Japan deal. So I see a Japano dear a yard de papa pa while dinner a Japa on ye Jaboni a Japa a yard de papa and a Japan deal dear and ya dear say Womoja chile di Womoda Sue Gusu Besamba nti yenyina yempene so yensom na ayakwan yebetimi enye sika oman no yebetimi ade enye sika enti Ghana for over to you yanko enim yento aso de bon krata no komo no se ne sitia yeda so agusu anopai bisi aboagye medi dwumedi hu chia me kwabena mafo na ekwaje wa akode ka me ho ebua de bon krata mintiemu
Abusuafo the new crusading guide anim ha wode aban watrese research bi a wo mo akwakoye efa MPP amanyoku national executives wo mbe kwakoye no wo mutrese aban general secretary de brenu a nipa a wawuredi nkan a wo ya likely so wo betumi awini aya yewra opare ansa no watrese nipa a wo betumi atosumi enu aya Justin Kodua Frempong wase contest no ejina saa enipa mienu ntempa wopare ansa na Justin Kodua Frempong no tese opare ansa asat now de wolidi na wowura tombo de wo mo yinu afrim na ba no national tema no nso a ewom se nipa bebre ekode na nso nipa research no atepu ne so obewini eye akwasi osai ajeyi enti democrat Adinimfoni ababetu and say. Now, was signed the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources here. The friend is Benito Usibio. Was so or Ghana, our brochre, you and Forum was and walk at Rabrofunas a moment. ya yire ya ho paase ya besesa Ghana nti nnua ye dua no enye nnua ketewa ye dua ne sika ye de asem ne pesa Ghana anum se ye green sam oba se nnua yi ati bebia aboso wowura abankwa ya boa na wono no wose wo musika sam so wa party headquarters ya isi awurade adom waso opeso wo gina ne ato no so aba na national chairman di bra wa MPP amanyo kom no ya de man wonti wa pan campaign wontuma afa wa tata mfra boni bi abuboba ewo NTHC customers wo mu buafu te investment company ase wo want totode enkofo sika ekwa akoka honom no eba be yet say some time ago ade bi ebesen koye no eno abi na abuboba yi ononyamfo kan wo fori ata and what is AFDB, Africa Development Bank. Womu meet ya womu baba ya wankran ha 23rd adequacy 27th May no waka ho somewhere. The Boka your friend is a new weekend crusading guide. What they aba.
Now the Chronicle the Boka no chirano was see Ura kenda pa no your software. Washo me ya bambo so no actually te e de quarter my portrait chest na dwumaifo national security operators for the one more no yeri assign your munyina na tese yenyi omufru omfanko baabi foforo tie dem se enkrofo bi bokokose Ghana betimi abase betimi ababeto ahye yen so ya ahye ahodo no so ediani abrepa niema ya yempeso befri ye che befri ya rawo ntina empenifo no sa no wade wonsam aba the Chronicle Democrats anim ora kenofori atase African Development Bank nhemo mbeye won krase no asamta ebeboa Ghana na ebema bibiman so hu se ampa Ghana ya krado se ebehwe aye niema esi etimi kumi prako no campaign demonstration bia omampanyi akufo adodi animu sa abrem ne ase de to da aba na wase wonte ase enti wodi animu o ema mo ye demonstration ganganto one pa ene MPP amayeko no kai sa kumi prako demonstration no na eho ensana the Chronicle Democrat ano ade ababetu etwa ewo animu ha sei
na the hala de animu ha wade aba no atasa nra ensam 12 nsem die bi koso aboso kan spare part dealers na regional minister kasawa anum se ya baba yi wo mu akwafie nya ya kwa akope ba bia mu wo mu atena na aboso kan ha wa yeto ana concern fo bi ba asa hini ha enya ade a wo mu bekọ na bekọtena ewa ne nya aban de ya ankrankra bi asase a wato a wade ama han ana nkofo yeso adwuma ubeyi wo mu akwafie nya no way wo mu nkọ na nra ensamtafo nsem die no akọso no that's ko chairman ma aboso kan spare part dealers and wakasa ya watese wo mbekọ sankofo no wo mu bekasa concern fo no wo mu awo bia nsada akora anim wo mu aye nipa ba akopɛ kwabena bia na asem tsa kwabena fo de sa no mu asem tie wo mu asem tuntan ya ba akofo adman wo ka bibia wontie wono pɛ enwa wo kwan wo mu bekɔ wo mu aye krad wo mu nyina bekɔ spare part fo ni nyina sɛ wo mu bekɔ ye kwa akosi bebi e wo no menya hospital wo menya post station ani bebi o mbeji wo mu na anum de sa nneoma ni nyina bi ni ha wasade kanwofodiata honorable minister for finance na samuwa waka ya fe Japan ho no Japan no wo mu nim sa akwa sanse campaign time kura his excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama ka se oba wo betam sanse nya de pa ononyamfo kanwofodiata se isi ade wo makoye ne makeup abọ no powder kama no ho ayefe wasanta de front amane nanti asesa enti wo mu sa de japadi no asa babie MPP ni bi na ne buafu ECG ena Ghana Water Company Limited say wono ankasa na ba na teso de na aya ne ya pass PUC for kase aya da ya July wono de sa increment no beba ena water say ECG Ghana Water asompa wo mu de sum ya wahia wo mu betoto sa nneoma ebuom enti anya wo nu da kra de bokrata ya friend say Herald ate ehwo asem waba
the Ghanaian Observer Democrats anu ni wode oru akano for yata for nyina ba na de Democrats ani nyina agya dam na wo gye didin na da wadamo no aye hyiamudi e ba bekoso o my Ghana mo say ya eye African Development Bank for ene ba beye omo chese we yakwanya kase de mabibi man say yesika se be gye na hye ebra covid ebaye na Russia ne Ukraine fo achia yam suei ama niema engoye osofo na hwe o ma sika sam so kro ya san kasa no say yehwe inflation niema bo na pagya de mu kosoro ewa dwama ahodo no so no a aba ebomode so obehwe atususa na aba fom ne yeho atoyenti no asem edo de abetu dwai atadufo wa na de yatasem da na crossakfo kire se omotu atuom de hye so be na watwe mienu kwamiensa so mo de aba wieye omni pedifo sinkunwa kasa ma adwe na kobenkrum na omampanya be de eche ewura ba omi ase sese de nwumahia hye ru kona nimu ana chese abafu ne de ewura mu ye digital no enu nti wa de laptop be ye wo ha akwakoma University of Ghana Business School say amo afanye adwuma wei aye the Ghanaian Observer
na the Democrat me de to aso aye Ghanaian publisher and what say MPP amanyoko wo mu kwa high tech pa na nam so wo mu kwa high tech nti executive members ya wo mu yi wo mu wa party nim no Ewurade aye adom Emma senior lecturer bi a wo Koforidua Technical University your friend no Backman Ekufo ono nso adikra ne intention say Eastern Regional Secretary position Emma MPP amanyoko no onya ope na papa wo muteso woni mu ade kire pa he ukwala cha ho pa no wo kire Koforidua Technical University student fo no ade a wo se wa ben enti sa papa nso Eastern Regional Secretary Emma MPP wo Eastern Region cross agfo wo mutese Ewurade ya adom edadu ada members ni nyina monsanko enti wodo rise kebampo ado infoni aba beto anom IMF we yene moto nkwanta ya pai sisi ade mu amunim se ya ntoto ya toto no eye afa Ghana fo monso monti ase ase ahokyere ne nya Ghana nko a ewom se eniama buo nuane buo ede pa wa Ghana inflation po ahiti 23.6% ya Ghana ni bia yesu nanso nya ye nko a 41 African countries ya womunso esofa the same nemum 41 African countries ni de nya mfantu ja nyina ye brepe.
So Dr. George Domfe, a senior research fellow at our Center for Social Policy Studies, University of Ghana. Na ensemwa finance minister enra beto dwa abeyen komodie anope pese nya ebi ho a enti ase yi enti anope yen kodo ko nom si na yene no ni nkomo. Okay, that's mo akwa ba Neat FM so anope.
Amina bema bejo sir.
Well, abinim se wa hede etie ye ensemwa finance minister de to dwa na wa kenkan bi ne nsem no enya ye asem teacher na ebia na poso no senia what usi chiremu na nka bimbusa se nia wate no utie net o sen ni edikan.
Okay, mina mamina was na mentia was for. Yeah, my said that I'm follow the discussion, but after all, the media, my reporting can that maybe I mean, got about Kubia or this or say a good chunk of our 23.6% inflation was imported. And no, as Serbia, my follow now, over a minimum UTV or mutu of a clock minutes. You know, Moody's uncommon and as in some American and one also Etuja. Minimum, I mean, can say, the share inflation, they say, baby, I do not. And first,
okay, so, Doc, sorry, imported inflation here, then a chance say.
Yo, and my main friend free say the word inflation across anything. You can't say inflation as a choir and near my boy, a faso, a costo. It's never say over 3 years, say, inflation is 20%. That particular year, no, I could just so. I could talk more back 100 cities. That's inflation, no. It means to also for 12 months, now 20%. Usumi edunu beba 12 months, but usumi edunu yenu beba no. na ko dwa so say me ko tomo no na bag ne meto no 120 cedis they can say inflation is 5% and can you say ka meto no 120 cedis and ka meto no 105 that's the same bia you bet say inflation of for bia no and sire say niema bo no koso na emu niema bo no koso kakra that what is inflation agi boom say dey agi boom na it is a niema bo na dey koso 10 it's a niema bo no koso 10 ma asudie be na de be ni paso ye tie ni ebia sensia minia ABOAGYE PFM at the end of the fact media at the end of the whole year and month your man will be a sika 200 cedis and then the wakefia 200 cedis a more bag 50 cedis it depends be abusumi be a routine more bag back now 150 na aka the all the 50 out of 4 900 aka would be a near my and school fees near the other they say you're not sorry petrol boa kosoro you're not sorry a move boa kosoro it's a moon and to be an cotton 50 cedis no and now cotton 70 cedis petrol and be a thousand cow 50 cedis stop petrol no and I would the best 80 cedis cotton petrol a copper sam and you may be an anchor first who be an cananka would be an which me told this year and me had the money at the with me and my head Kusiaye and the funny many obey. I require more obey. I have said a digari. The Kobasana was sitting on a moon puntu and a brat. Budibaka said, welfare, your welfare declines. And said, was it some no coffin? It's a 10 year old Ghana. Yes, inflation costing the and they're changing as I. At the one can because just for making me a trading and then the crime meeting to be. It is a change and me welfare, I am in Puntu, and I'm a citizen some a brass a coffin, and I want to balance. In fact, we share the whole economic indicators now. But a timid economic, yes, and a hardship, the timid chirapano, inflation. This is Abraham no Castellano. Since you were John the Kungu for Bresso, January 2004, and you pan when you hear more Ghana. It is Ghana at inflation again. And inflation and we are copying 23.6. This is the highest since January 2004. Very in the Sana, my memory. Again, at inflation, no, a costo. Again, a man named Boko Costo. It's a crime, you know, so. It's a crime, you know, Yana, a touch in the book. The Fred BB monetary effect. Me person me deba from pa me person me go classroom. E to be able yo na enipa bottom na ye sika bu an ye bottom. Eni ma odwa so kama. But enam se sika wo ni ni akwati ABOAGYE bottom. Sika wo Jordan fe bottom. Na obia e wo sika ni ntino. Ye kon e just 10 times ye kotade. The Kobasana, one or 2 near Mano. When you who say, or 20 a month for Babato, a month for Sala or Moto, almost you can do a motono. And must any Pacrono to 20 near moment 10 times. And no, Yana, a Kobasa, what is the Bank of Ghana, Wabem, Wabe increase the policy rate. The Bank of Ghana increase the policy rate. Be a land can make Joshua Kwako Bobo Siame Sika to Mutomuno. Now, my day, Jessica, a Busiano, and I'm the Busiano, and we will cost with the Nico Busiano. Uncle Bobusiana, the Kama Mibotum, the Kama Mibotum, I mean, called Stella, Zamico Tabiama, Ubino, Pepan to 20 million. The Bank of Ghana, Bet Jasso, that Omanda to policy rate, my favorite, and I will crown the shed idea do not win any minimum on the bar the tomb. So they are one man called the Coach Joshua Bobusia, and I didn't be content. Akodila to see a cotton yama. Ama enam thousand to Nema bo amount of to Nema mono. That for San the Fio, and the monetary effect. Now, I couldn't do and no dear. I mean, monetary effect. I never go for about 10 years and say, fiscal policy, about to make me a casade or to taxing. About to taxes in my income tax and everything he lives in the other day. A Kobasana. That is about a cheap free amount for bottle.
or choose to get your amount for Butum Yanana, a Quenyan, Milkatentem, Tony, and a breath, and then you aggregate demand. Then 10 times I have Tony amount of Brasia, now ama and inflation no conform. It is a quite million about also a fighting the combusted if free customer. Ebi a yebabu kuma e bi di demand pool ni ade ade so minia ba ko so say no die ikano enche da muye ika yenya na yenya nanso so enema ho kwa ahwe sentini se bi ensu anto Ghana nsu anto a ukopa de ato a wunya bi se hwa 1983 82 81 ho just say ma nsu anto Ghana and I'm saying the inflation the cost could do 122.8. The Democrat converted 123, and that is the highest ever recorded inflation in our economic history. That is that kind of an inflation, you know. Let's just say, when you say, acquire cost push, acquire me for technical in a minimum, and never 1 year. And never 1 year until I day, I come here, I must say, yet to 20 years. It will be able to start with the monitor the end of an answer near my own, I crash into Nama, your situation, you man. Meaning, acquire both Kakra, Nipa, Ubi, a corner in Jaman for years, Juma, Ubi, Ebon, but importantly, the mechanic chain, and near my own, I crash. And then my question, extra or COVID time. During COVID time, they didn't know here. And near my companies like a city and then 2020, almost close down. Until the year 2021, that Rebecca said, the world was experiencing supply crisis. It is a Sankamefa and say, Ubi or Russia and now I have fertilizer. That was the more fertilizer. Companies meant to be a fertilizer, not the dinner and why then. I did be so now we had dinner. The bono, a costo. A nuntino, who should you real 2020. In fact, I run a year this stuff. Inflation and I'm 7%. But the children, it's I say a costo. A costo, I may be going on, no costo. Yebeha. A man who could jam, apart from all this, no mamma can say, I'm an only COVID in Kiko. Ade ba ko a esa ebe sense ni na e kra ye say free charges o ma o ko fa enema de fa shape de bay ne bo no e fi atom ama ko enimu a pempem so e ti say obi ko abro ti enema na o ko fa da ton no ya tum wo transport to our day fa shape ni ade so aba so e so ya tum bum e ti say ni pa ko no ba o be ja kana go so when you move to or no odoboka. It is that kind of inflation and you've done imported at inflation. That is it. And yet Ghana has said the near mum aquashi, Dabi. Nemo, and near man like yet cotton man or need the Ghana Hano. A cotonomo bound the fashion. You're very free charges, no? A possible boom. And I'm an onina Casancata, or inflation, and never bore of course. In fact, US. Inflation is the highest since 2004. US, it is the highest in 40 years. Because Europe says, yeah, Oma recorded the highest inflation in over 30 years. It is not just a 1 year cotton near Mambahano, and 1 year Mambo so costly. It is a cost now of Kotaba, and also Kotoba won't live on a Jeffo. And then your friend imported inflation. As a Obima, so I'm anonymous. Experiencing inflation. The moment I got turn your medicine or baby, and then never born I had, and then I would be the good kind of person, and you're imported as inflation. And but also so, that the American said, Sepunia Maniamana, Yemfania manufacture Pumbrano, and also so costly. I mean, you nan come for petrol, and no Nagana significantly. And then I'm a Nema Bonaya Jinipa. In fact, the question they say, and then we could Joshua, and Nema Ewopa, who the economy grow, couldn't come until now, bet here. If it last year, it grew at 5.4%. China, Africa, 54 countries. That was 11. The Ghana was the best, 11 best performing economy. That's just your boy home. They're not almost saying economy, no. And then a year Juma agricultural sector, manufacturing, and telecommunications. In fact, oil sector I grow negative. Oil need to get that rate. It's the oil sector and then M1 home modern class and oil sector to be one modern Kakrabia. The group will get it more. That's just economy a year Juma, and I'm starting to be a near book. But Nibuon, then another born Kobasa. Petrol and some media. Yashimua, some COVID by not kind to factories I can see I used to petrol, now on top. It's a man saying Joshua. I'm trying to cover the Babano. Not yet top. Ancre be $62. Ancre. Minia. Come COVID by and near my year. Insurance will be a time to go baby. Petrol here for it could do baby a ton of $20. $20 in the crowd, they could just when you be my own top. Tigana say, you dare to a mamma, the baby to petrol, because you be more on top. Now, when you come around 2021, and I covered the near say, and among factories like I say, as I say, here, Juma, cars, as I say, and one I'm on send us always has almost 2 petrol. The petrol could do $20, you know. Almost 2 months, you realize it cost $20. In fact, 1 liter, then I need a ton less than 4 cities. About some time, no, not make us the man who said, drive the India till I get you so that. And when you're there, I have a power. After now, petrol here for 1 year ton less than 4 liters. The move on and that, Abana, Sama, a driver of 1 coin has almost to case consent to say, COVID-19. The Nippon and San and can never trace it to the international. It's not even when you share my daughter for the name of my and the country beyond almost as I said, almost any part of the concrete, the money there. And I have to have no more family pub bosso. And so much to market to one bra. That time, that young Kupanda woman, the petrol was I have full. And the Ghana had the idea that Fred Java need to say, another you know, be say, petrol I have full. I think that. If you are a water, you are 2021 when a global economy says, a Jumano. But to look on a dinner, am I who year about October last year? The petrol boy is now could do $85 from $20 previous year. Now, of course, I could do $85. Yeah, come on, it could do $85 now. Now you have to know, not 1 liter, a free less than 3 cities. I could do 6 cities, 90 pesos. And when you use the other senior voice, all to put cars in the United now, this man comes here. It's October, Orban. You will separate to one no bathroom. But about for my baby boy and more, now they do $72. The Empire near movie airborne say. That normal level of petrol say the BS tartan around $60. The nearest a double $60. I'm Ghana, so you have to swim at one toy. A couple of about $72 now. OMC, oil marketing company, which will be at so. Well, I know now, Pepper, and we did catch it about 50 pesos. Yes, I tell them, say, I'm crying, why I said at the tissue. It's petrol born about from Kakra, December, January, near the Adina. Now, I want to come to February, and Ukraine. And Russia, it will be a because Ukraine some no,
Doc, compared to any dear mammy, Kakra, because I'm Unyaba Church name, but meet here we, me assure say, be in semi be baby son said, Nia Ukano, na quack okay, yente abina say, and yet abiding from sure, Niamado Duana no a wiasi amanone and echo. But they been so assembly son say, well, and nuntina ye in painful sabia, Monsieur mine so. And Timmy fan say, Abia, unquada on your movie, Omunim say, we omo a jap. And Tibiba, one more says okay. Well, Papa Besadiano, Papa Bema, Yedianiedi. And T say, Ujina na quest okay, the biano, oh, there be, and Yamia, I say, oh, dear Unji, and from Suana, blame Biantum, the Bia. ebi sɛ ɛkɔba no saa ɛha adwen nansen a bɛm sɛ march yi mu a aban so wɔde ɛyɛ nhyehyɛ measures a ɛbɛtumi aboa ma nneɛma tumi adane ɛma yɛbɛkae a owura kenoforiata ɛde nneɛma bɛgu akwan mu nhyehyɛ a measures a wɔn ɛde gu akwan wɔn bɛboa ebi sɛ wa so yɛde nhyehyɛ bɛgu akwan mu nyinaa na nka efi so ke inflation yi koraa no ɛbɛkɔ fam from 19.4% no sisi adeɛ money mu so edu 23.6% ni ne ka ho a sɛ kwa na ɛkɔ so nti sɛ adeɛ no koraa no sɛ ya na ɛsɛ deɛ na ɔka kyerɛ yɛ mu sɛ no
yo di ono andale ba no na me dia se bi akyerɛ sɛ Ukraine effect no ɛno na ma kama hu da me ka sɛ petrol no ɛtiba CFD 50%. Na time Russia call Ukraine no Russia almost the second leading producer of crude oil almost 10 million barrels a day. Na ntokwasemu ni adadinti no na omunya akwanya so ombe concentrate atu eno na ma enema bossa ye dina and the petrol no after going from 60 pesos akoduru 35 pesos eno ntino as Russia Ukraine effect no why the best 3 cities na beka ho na ekobasa so transport na me yatoto transport mu abanti ebu mikromu dem ma nkwa abenya bi aburabu but obi sinkran ko dem maso okoto banti abankran ya o de befaka when you faka penisa driver for so gino etuma onso ba yeso otu enu na ama ne ma boy din ta ni ne ma boy din de no enye se bi anema ne bi ni o da bi enema ne bi o pa na emom transport na ye de ne ma no kofa no enu ne ehun nsema agi pin so ni ana o kra sem bi se nti aba no e de na so ye ebi mu e de aka se abai strape ni levis na ewo me fan ho so and now to 1 liter bia na on average nancy di 35 pesos ebi mu etoburu sa ebi mu so below make average price 1 liter bia nancy di 35 pesos na sa nancy di 35 pesos 1 liter bia be toni bia na abai die wo mu 192 pesos and then the taxes enti so the wo kan say papa won ne matisi nti min ka say ne ma e dinti me kwa me nyes kan die de nkwani mu na de na obeye enti sa papa yi e de na obeye woni abayo ni de abade ni de amana kwa de ni say wo hwe government sources of revenue and baby about 10 years to pa pa ko a edi akotene pa ye levies on petroleum products enti sa wo ko ka kira abai say si a o nko yi levies ni firi kwa ye beba ne say ye revenue ni yenya na fizi the amana ye critical man and say yes see ye nko eurobond ko bobosia and IMF at the 50 billion at $2 say o che fa ho bedom no ne ka kire me say ehia me na o me share so me je economy no me ye say de bia no
na eze say ye see nko ye betimi akọ ye ko ye benya de
oh this kind of how much o de atu jo 50 billion US dollars na me ne ho no IMF de no de akọ ni say I say never me no kwesa bo na ware na wo yere ene o matufie kama ya de mo jimani oh ha na ko papa ho say papa ene ma e din say kwa de me kwa no mintimi enhwe me mabio mintimi hwe me yiri bi na papa ba papa ba afi de ona ebe ba akọ ho papa na ebe ba akọ ho ma de a ona be kire da over them because we down my uncle then we yere kokko da wa ka asa ko wo kwa de de papa ba ka so me ma kwa e ma uncle da na udamuno biko baka se fio kama unko da ho wan kwan ko wo e ba no dodo enti sa wo hyew no na IMF tade ma ye bia ye jai asa wo kaka ta ko du baby na wo se timu ntimi nka bi na obi mejenka obeje no wo ka bia nka wo ka ne ye odi ande wi nka wo beka no anka wo nka ne sa do mu ba nsema ya wo ka kele ma ye no enye nsema bo ai enti na yakọ akọ ye ko obede bia na ya sa betena an ABC di mu no enti breadwi no ebi mu agye nkyerɛ me ka ho di pa sɛ anka bɛ ya yɛn so yɛ sapo mu so ni yɛnya ɔmakyiri na yɛn hyɛ zetimi bɔ mɔdza na yɛn nia yɛ fa ne solution efi yɛ problem yi mu a ade a ɛbɛboa ne sɛ next time bi ni yɛ kɔ problem ebi mu a yɛbɛtumi afiri mu ntɛntɛm anaasɛ ɛbɛma economy no kora yɛ robust sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ saa problem yi kora no ɛba a ɛnka yɛ pii ɛmi nya na wɔka bibi sɛ na nsɛn finance minister de nsɛm nneɛma bi tutu kwan mu sɛ nkɔɔ de boa ama the economy na stabilize the prices na you can say oil na ama in fact significantly ama nneɛma boa yɛ din wɔ kurom ha ne paa no saa oil na ama nneɛma boa yɛ din no ɛno no nneɛma mmienu a determine the prices ne paa no ɛfa so yɛ determine the price na at the pump yi na nneɛma mmiɛnsa ma menka no mmiɛnsa baako yɛ levies abuy for the total so nti sɛ meka sɛ obi kɔtɔ na 1 litre bi a 935 pesos no 1 cedi 92 pesos ɛkɔ abuy ho ebio global market price and I make us see I mean no kase na no pay ya me hwe aduru $102 e be $107 Brent crude oil na ne de at the entire me so say be ne toba Ghana na ne papa no $107 per barrel enti amanze ja so be no kosura wo ha Ghana untimi nya ho because o koton no aba beton du kwana ne board na wo ba ji so de je aboard na de ba ko so significantly ne de ya ba na ho de na obetimi bi aboa $1 na ho de because ye emphasize na sabe e kwa manse ja so koto amefango no ye the dollars neko enti se dollars no so ese usidi ne se ya e chese yesa wosisa dollars fidi bebrebe enya dollars kakra bi e ko ba sa na omo ton no so amanse ja so koto de no nkosora omo so tum na obe ha na enimani mu obi no petro na no bo no kunu cross wo prekope no na enye amanse ja so nsem no nko na emu yesidi no so na atia to fom say bam ema achire kwa ko ya ko buru an ACD per dollar eno efisa finance minister dey say ba ya omu to $2 billion gumu ema eyeye no aye adwuma kakra ama for so long ni no $1 it is now trading for say 7 cedis 60 pesos oko and forest na but so oko we are offend the oko bank there interbank exchange rate no it hovers around 7 cedi 20 pesos and thereabout but make say wako forest grow now oko akoye no it's about service last week you can consistent ka omo de mame omo to if you are 7 cedi 65 pesos almost 20 almost 7 cedi 65 or 2 pesos it's China and the dollar no a gina it is no mo here no say in fact nka I say na ma dollar na nyina ananka ne $1 no yes some give be 12 cedis na 15 cedis anka patro ni nka engagement okra enti say no mo here no ya ahodina ye nka na ensusanso bo na e be free ye nia ye hade ne de akini asa no emom global market no ye nitu ni ewo ya enya Ghana ne determine the global market prices for crude oil and those things ye nitu me ye de ye kokotono said ye funny no and no and abeye a problem until na make us be more
okay all right
you need 2 minutes there and your taxes be na 7 levies na ba de egu petrol no
okay
so kakra
lanka
emwa but no problem mo say wo kote sisi a and na adwuma fa katua na ba de ye na onye ska de akotua
Mami Brem Kakra about sa IMF nkomoin. Na me kai say bem say brebi atwam na nsia bem say yi levi nkomoin sha asie. Dr. Marcus be eboa. Enkane na woyem rahye bedwene ogirama new job in South. Na ninsem bi ode ba betu job about say ebe ya nko no de. Nka worupa no finance minister nko betu mampanyinfo say IMF enka yenko na womumra yemwa. Yenkosirom no mmeboa ye sanse Ghana kra no fandi ye member ni ne ka ho finance minister and I am saying centrefo nhyiemu what the nsem edit to dwa about bra ye kobisa no about so ye ko IMF na ye ko IMF mpacho ni die mu ye ntie kakra na membra membisa bibi.
The first person was from, is it Cooper or what's the name? Where are you? Also I can see you. You know, all the white folks are just interested in us becoming, being in a program with the IMF. And I always wonder why, you know. So Cooper, why that question? And let's say there are two, I mean, we are members of the fund, is that correct? There are two major points of intervention that we have from the fund. One being the advice that we get because of the, you know, phenomenal expertise that the fund has. And then secondly, these program interventions which bring us some resources. I think if you see from the budget that we constructed for 2022 and the subsequent announcements that we have done, clearly the issue of Ghana having the capacity to think through the consolidation exercises and also discipline itself with regards to the 20-30% cuts, etc., that we have shown, clearly a direction that I guess even in a sense the fund may be hesitant to push any further with regards to that. So clearly, with regards to sort of philosophical alignment about realizing that we needed this type of consolidation, we have done that. Then we get to the issue of our debt level for the financing, which dovetails into the World Bank's, Nancy talked about the World Bank's advice on the creditor committee. And the question then becomes whether the fund would have the type of resources that will require to really inoculate a program for the debt. And that is a question that is hanging, whether they can. But we have committed, as you know, to not going back to the fund because in terms of intervention of policy, we are right there, and the fund notes that we are completely in the right direction. And so the issue is validating the program that we have put in place, and then, in my view, supporting us to find alternative ways of financing or refinancing our debt, reprofiling it without needing to be with the fund. And I think there's general acknowledgement that should be thought of as the first port of call, and we are doing it.
So, Orakeno Foyata, Nichi, we ebi ame bono tofa se, aisa brofo, and some trafo, ni debi ombeshi and bia no mubisa ba se, IMF wansem da ben Ghana beko, yenko, and ne kan onim, aisa abrofo no dodo na, one more percent Ghana, ye koko she Bretton Woods institutions, yase ni ne kan ho. But ohwe eye niama amudi egu akwan mu ni nhihye no a, aisa Ghana nam ne kwan so ani. Enti IMF de enya ade a ye kɔ eye IMF na niama omde egu akwan mu na efa no empo ye ka bia ye tua na ne kaka ho a bia senke bedi nkomo bi kura na ye ba behwe kwan a ye be fa so bia ye betua eka ye de eno ho nkomo na bia ye pese ye hwe a ye betimi ahwe kwan ye betimi de eno afa so ba masem bisa titiri no ye se so no kre nia ora kenofori atakan Ghana ye nam kwan papa so kwan ya nam hwi se ye ko IMF yanko, in fact yanko IMF still ye hu betimi aton because utie he said na make kan say Dr. Marcus be eboa no kan, and just to quote him or say there's nothing wrong with going to the fund because Ghana is a member, but what is wrong going to us for support and assistance when we are in difficulties to go and pool resources? If I was a finance minister, I would be convincing the president it is about time we went back because revenue expected to be accrued from the levy is to ensure economic stability. And are we on the right direction? Senior finance minister can IMF.
That question, we can head and no answer, and in yes answer. This is what you look at credit and account. You are as a way of some or kind. I mean, can say, all the tuto and sending was a baby, a beggar. But my menka, I did my own out team in Tiasa. You call IMF from the night and just a to Bono ever coffin. Daddy, because you say Ghana, the oil sector is fully deregulated. Abai agent is mukra. Into young crank the cotofang ono eba betone. Ono kwa, nibono kwa cotono. National Petroleum and Authority Shabona or Mokotono. No more almost $1 na ho dene. na omo de ni nyina aka ho no ma mo kwa mo de agye de omo de gye no enti sabi mpraduasa aban nsani akọka say ebi aba na ne wokofa petrol de tonti no yakọ ama de ikamaye the same no abai beti petrol so da bi ade a yakọ join ami IMF abeboa ma petrol no bo bi anka etimi stabilize no eye wo reserves IMF ma uska o ma wo de show up your reserves ye wo BBF no gross international and reserves kadodo aya aba no wo da no futuom in foreign currency ya eno na ehu ko hia ma dollar no cedi no ahode no kofoma no ma supply na o ma supply this o ahode de be ba be supply a eno na ma osidi ni nya ahode so bo ama oil price no stabilize eti ho kakra no ena ebia nka na ebetimi abo but fortunately abana so now on the reserve and in fact and the Bank of Ghana and the reserves are or one now the 2 years before budget no 4.9 month import cover which was about $9.9 billion and this is one of the highest since 1957 and you know move is Bank of Ghana is or enough and reserves store up the value of the city and passes na say or mobile just so ever supply the baby you which $1 no etimi and stabilize it then kay call an IMF one significantly
but by dollar not stabilizing person chese chim today
the America say stabilize against the strength of the dollar no cedi no any cedi na ho de na a stability ejina fa kon if he say almost 2 million almost as almost supply almost 2 just almost $2 million supply no amman na se woko per dollar ni bia first ka ko bank se woko pe bia na omo mi omo nsa so and then the dollar no aba idwaso na dollar no ewo dwaso do do nti no e na ama cedi na ho den no etimi ejina fa akono
be ACDs no na do ko say stabilizing
no say ejina 7 cedis say make say wo call yemfa and forest because na obi etimi ye bi ejina 7 cedis 50 pesos but wo hwe be bia at the beginning of the year minua na enenam 5 cedis 95 and pesos na preoccupy within 2-3 months na aburo ACDs cedi no ahode ni preoccupy and hu bi achapa so within 2 months etimi sema almost about 3 cedis ebeka ho no na ya de aye hu bi enti eno no eka obi ya Ghana you could feel it eno na ma odin se tu dwam no enti odin se ne bae no that na over 8 cedis and etimi ate about 7 cedis pesos na ebebi ho no so no ada wa che ko be 3 weeks ni uko forester ho aneda enti na make say stagnate but eno nkire say only 2 billion aba is a 2 billion no sa omo ahoden say omo be supply mo ana eno ye asante but me question no me ko of the IMF DS so ne yura asibe ebo asema okan no na asema okan no say ye nko ho no na in fact one apart from say me say ye pe dollar na dey show up your reserves no ade ba kwa na huhia ma pa say e say ye kono ye debt nsensem no wo debt to GDP ratio wo your man na wo sika no ka wo di nyina no wo divide by GDP now they multiply by 100 then you cross 70% per if you are in debt crisis let us say we are a come and no na 2000 ho near 182% in the whole series and you call a friend you call HEPIC in Nebekaya but 2006 now you about 32 it is a year who free 70 no crab 32 now you kasam na ye unfortunately 2014 you call 71 as I dey unko ra eka buruburu 2014 2015 2016 and na yes I dey unko ma of IMF say eka assignment omo meboae and omo bae April 2019 ya na omo koye no and the following omo kono na ye debt to GDP ratio is 62.8 in the new series. If you are at what you who answers 2020 be COVID about annual revenue and about spending more. It is debt to GDP ratio and 2019 of IMF on a 2.8. You answer who here 76.1. Who could do 76.1? What could do? I mean danger. A boom there's a net. I don't know you could do one a month for P. Etiatem the year, baby, you do no 170 as a Uda Ekaburu pa. And tell me, and Sabra and then who be here and say, Yabeko, because after no, now a World Bank, any and IMF Yanda Betu just said, the debt to GDP ratio for 2021, a bit in Yakonima could do 81%. It's na 81% na yedi eye adwuma because after na Ghana buy ntimi enwie calculate the debt to GDP ratio. But as Mpane said, just about a month ago, Ghana's Ghana's association, and you are Professor Anim. The two just said the economy the debt to GDP ratio, the economy now grow 5.4%. The debt to GDP ratio is 76.6. Let's just say a wholly from 62. I could do 76.1 in just 1 year. No. The next year, no, you can maintain your debt situation. You 76.6, and it is a cost 0.5.
But your Fabra from Doc because who check you say no. Yeah, bon say economy yen said anti asakaso. Na Doc pa dey na akaka debt to GDP na ba from 90 yen fan dey. Ya hu chire petrol board kwasoro me ko dia so aduane kwasoro susu gina na say debt to GDP. Emfaso wo honum pa my Doc anything pa.
Debt to GDP ratio, the moment I over 70% threshold no. Unia e kire say we obi a okay den ye bo obosia untimi mfanye ade papa. Sorry, ye bo obosia ni tia na eden ma nya se bi ntimi mfanye ade papa. Ye bo obosia tia no eden ma. Enti ekobasa na ukwa mensen just so ukobobosia. They give it to you at exorbitant rate.
And ya no ntini SCC ntimi nko euro bond ne sa anya ma ntimi nko bio.
Exactly. Why are there ntini ne ntimi nko because this year and we a positive for you pa na ba na say euro bond no we 2013 2014 na economy no tito from say no. Ye ko e ma ye kwa coupon rate 19% meaning ukodi 1 billion 2012 2013 or 2014 baby. Ye ko procure 23-year bond at 19% coupon rate. Wouldn't be a terminal. You $1 billion. You tell me, say, every year be able to $190 million, and I'm a bondholder. Within 6 years, now $1 billion now could be what track heavy. As we wait here for the next 23 years. I mean, the idea Yakran is a wait here 23 years, baby, almost I do see Kenyan. 23 years, we are not could face value. And to see car and carry $1 billion, no, say, now what they mawa. Or say, omu benchmark against something. Or say, be a factor, $1 billion. No, a bit me as a ship house. A year, I'm a desperate media. A bit me as and after 23 years, and you Busa say, Coco ship house. No, so now can say we see a scatter now the BC and if any face value. Now what's I could cheer Amawon and to share you, that's the $190 million per year now. Ye could see my bondholder and say, can say, you quite Ghana, so quite do I get it in ye. And no, and a man, and then Minoka say last year, the total revenue of 72 billion, the demu 35 billion the Triaka. I can't say, and yet Abaya what is in Coca. You are going to become for Cacao. You are John Mills, you are Mahama significantly, the one you are Mahama. You are a good for the car on what bonds I bring. Yeah, a deal amateur I have here, you clear. Good one, I'm mature. Good one, around the next president of the bond, they be tired to do an anarchy. Ufisukwa, and the Uosua, which me born to me this year now, Omanko Busia or Eurobon. Let me bought Omabasopa because what a matter be a taxes now. Yeah, the book and team, yeah, the common rofono. It's a matter to take Quayani. So, and the time they are dinner, I may see, say, so you bet me, economy yesterday, you bet me a quay anymore. Then I am for your holding, you need to your holding.
But send your cancer, Prof. Akai, Ghana Statistical Service for the 2J. Na Orakeno for our times which him just said, CCR, I am say, I am a phone crampono, Yakasi a cop, I am a program, Omocramba Casa Debbie, someone more managing Muniama Yeti. Muamunyamadia because Sana no Oche Rakeno for us say I'm a phone call who's okay. She see how a binding guaquemu. Yamako Yamanagi debt no yen in a county and who crane here.
Yeah, that's the Kama a hoodie from 62, echo 76. No, and you will be as I say, you bet me a try at 80. It is a engineer and try 80 minutes and there were 76.6 and treasure a yo still I about 70 no into that war. Debt and a crisis, but the way Omutimi Ushan and Atarian Chama Umia, Omutimi maintaining my 0.5% pen account. Ama and Munyam Aba economy, it was a next time beyond Sabase, Retia, international credit rating agencies. Umbe Retia better, and they had the phone team. would have from things who come and send us Kobosiana. The demand a chaminable, and no, and over you, at the idea of a about for bar, or to Disney boy budget or the revenue in our taxes now, you live in that in or Jam not other Kutiaka. It is certain and cat, and Kayena, you bet me at Sia, and get me at Sapomusu, and my young one to your more dance show. Now, young for your into Ubisu the BI, and I'm a VI king, and that year almost $50 billion, no so much. I mean, and the question they say, Okwa, almost the chairman of Kwana say a grant conditions were now mostly no loan, loan, over here. There's nothing like free lunch. Oh, or the mama Ubetia went and no bounds often obey young to say, who's the baby Mubaha, or Muya can say, I buy Omakwama, buy and fat will be a Juma, on by the 3 years is in the cat.
Okay, Doc, Bessia Quenim, na Mimusa be Bakumi Nubi. Na Yamede Twason and Pesu Tie, and somewhere Finance Minister Kafai Japadi. In fact, me heard Daily Graphic and him or see a Japadi revived. We mustn't drop it, Finance Minister. But Pesem Utie specifically, Nyoka by Japadi and a member of Minjo Adrinchewa.
Nancy, maybe talking about a Japan. I mean, my firm philosophical belief really is that the capital markets are meant for something that will lead us to equity resources, and we are not leveraging on it. And therefore, the question, it's not a question of whether monetization of mineral royalties or listing of the company is bad or good. You know, it is good because that is how you raise resources. The question is the process of doing that. If we have a problem with the process, let's articulate it, let's cure it, but let's not drop, something that will be good for us and reduce our debt exposure. So those are two very different questions. How best to do it? As opposed to don't do it. And so my mind is still there. I know the president has mentioned something about that, going through the AG and Parliament again to do that. But it's not something that I think is an asset to the country that one needs to drop. You need to examine all your equity and debt positions and make the best choice for the country, not the fleeting instances. We would never have done senior high school if we listened to other people. That's 400,000 lives now, that have a chance to do something. We would have stopped short at e-levy because of the noise, and suddenly we have a tax handle that will be phenomenally important for the country. So we need to look at that.
Okay. Hey. Yeah, no. Doc. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Doc. Now, so this is near Finance Minister Akafaye Japadi, it was saying.
So, Minia, I Japadi, yeah, buy and because the baby, I made the family, you are. I got layer was make MP no. Near was to give so classes from Munia and Fidiba, Cosana. Uncle Cousin said, Nay, Adia, Ninkanta, Banda than the coin. And now almost the buy. Give me cry and manage it because Usha discuss the name of city and can sit down your bonnet. The bonnet I say, go dear, your tone, your cotona, or motor for the as you see on movies, yet Antonia raw near the amount of fufu. Now, yes, you have try not on the Maya board. And she say that every year the Ghana, you to go there, it's million to cover $400 million. And decided to be and then they see in the next 50 years, go to Nanki, then to company. Now, my company, no, and then a Japan. MFA gold, Now on Franco external market. Now on Concoye, Uncle 20, Uncle Floaty share. Now amount for Toby. Amount for Toby, we are Ghana, Bana, the maintaining about 60% stake of ownership. Now, the Akano, I am Cradia. Uncle Cano, would ever talk ownership. A basic Kakesia Pum Amagana by. Edia Santa make a say that you bet me in your bear, 30 billion cry. Now you have a young Puma, I would go Ghana, a quite a way you come say, the new hospital, the new school papa. Now you say it's a boom in your family. It's me as a year. I say, for the next 50 years, go do not. Ankananka, there be a 400 and MSID. Company no go to the company. The company Cotonia and for so Benyano, a move 50%. At the Sabagana, is it 48 or 50? At the Bagana. That is a Fidiano, the Benjika Kaka will go to you. It may not be up to the Bianchi Benano. There's the Benaka Canemum. The very day now, who float to chef now, that individual another toy. When you see boom, yes, I see boom. Ubetini ya be ya ukwai aye niema bebrebe abuama wo economy na atumfon etinkana deal no any bad itself but there na amanfo pi eni nye hu ne say na ayese deal no government ekua ebetu abaifo ewo ehun efasika semu no na yewa kenoforiata ne banga bebi ano oye adwuma ono ane bank oye founder no ebi mo say that bank no about 2 4 times no it's not almost say we be our finance minister the bank be chief for crowd and some no again the people dey no mo be mo duma yera afa akafuma for if I'm right and the baby so ebe nya ni kese power adwuma aye tie na ma for be say Argentina ba mu fo no e say omo ba omunya position crowd sa economy. And the time man na kofa nsem be ba ho na anka diri na anka nkasa de anka enya at the morning na ya de bia ekwan bia be boama the gold no the benya more money from the gold than usual it nanka enya at the morning ninia.
I see. And Tisenia was your Sandy Bay Ghana for some teacher minority no one peninsula Ghana for civil society organizations no say anyama bi ayempe no saban no timi nyama na na se san nsa no se samudia ene ye nyina nsum
so the because I am the say na era and ayarega at MP we dem ko to directly me na e work class nipa na o host program no ye fe no ni mahama on na e host o de tuja e ma obi ati se na ye NDC plan ye na na omo ye na aba we ba be fire it na say minority no omu problem dia ewo ho na omu problem ne ye me di tutu guys say abamu fonu bi ebe ye adwuma wo ta ikuya ya te efe na japai ana abamu fonu bi su ikuo bi omu wo ebe ye services bi ama ta adwuma ya no omu fi say ikwa say abamu fonu bi eben man adwuma ni bi no ho na bia e na ye the point of at controversy. So you did my pass. Abai to me no more translate. You for you, your man, or Mutimi, at your Mohasia. I did a boy, am I go tonight? Your turn of the Benyasika will match change. Said it, and they
okay, but that's it. I mean, shop. Right, Dr. George Domfe, Senior Research Fellow, Center for Social Policy Studies, Emma University of Ghana. And common dear adolf so but yentimi nyina enti the best one I'm saying na yakọ enim atwa so sabre no twaba pausima eduonum miensa ma membra studio no ham say na kwabnama fo ni ekweje wakọ de so moame enkinkan de bonkrata no bi enfanto aso famai na madwenkyere no so enche making kan bi dia mamu need 100.9 Ghana muntie suni yanko enim na fiadai de bonkrata no munsem ni bi
jo na graphic de bonkrata no na me de ba sma de ni mu kase no ena me de ehase no yorua kenoforiata asmokaye edifa ajapa deal ne ho ora kenoforiata na ye oso afo hwe o masika sems no wafra Ghana fo nyina se ajapa deal no yente ye kire ne yemwa na mra me yadwuma wase enwu hia sesa mre beto atwen ne mamu ne yenhwe ne yentra semobo ho na yesi hu nkunwa ne yehwe yie mfa yie ntu ba bia yie no eda na ne nyada no eye hyiemu ekoso na nsentwofo bisa ne sanyem bia na ajapa di na kwa akosisen ano si bo me nana Ejapadi ni di egusu pa ya nto ntwene ni kwase etotwene ne etotwene kropa emwa yen eye ade papa ba ko a betimi aboa Ghana papa amyenya sika de afri ye fom agudie muo na ama ye ka ye de no aboa na eso ate ochirechire mu di kokosi se ade ba ko betimi aboa man no ene ejapadi no
meda ase kuya mesan ba na mato aso na nka we de me mama akọ na mehu ya nso mepia ba kwa ba betu menim na emse enkomo a anansem a finance minister Raken Oforiatta editu yenim enra teach you annual meeting babekoso African Development Bank me ne de toso eduonu miensa kopem eduonu enso so ne bekoso wo ye nkran hanum sei na saadwumedie mu no anama nkomo bebre nsem bebre epiefi mu ba ya no pe ye ni honorable Richard Champon mrahye begino gina ma ho bia east wo ye a member finance committee wo ye mrahye begwem ye ne no edi hu enkomo kakra honorable yada se mu akwa baba Neat FM so na me sure say constituency mu edwuma akoso CCI a say mo humi kakre te mo humi podia
na me adom bibi akoso nsamo so mo hoye ye ho ye papa na ni diem tie kakra ma me finance minister nsem odi bitudwe na mimbisa wadwenche kakra wo ho
41 African economies are severely exposed to at least one of three concurrent crises, rising food prices, rising energy prices, and tightening financial conditions. Finance ministers now call it, the dreaded 3 Fs of food, fuel, and financial conditions. And that is just rippled through all of Africa. Food prices easily about 34% higher. Crude oil prices some 60% higher. Global inflation has risen. We saw our numbers yesterday move to, I believe, 23.6% or so, and a good chunk of it being imported inflation. So we truly are at our wits' end on the continent as to how to address these issues. And the numbers of people who are impacted is quite scary, and we have to look at that. So the newly poor in Africa has increased by some 55 million, and approximately 35 million former jobs are at risk around the continent due to reduced demand, enforced lockdowns, and global supply chains and the war.
Right, so and 70 be kakrana anope metimi abama we na semi chrim kakra ma tie 42 a and it's ebibrem hanum saying uyi aman nko aba 41 ahokyere sisi a aba be jai so no enya ahokyere ketwa aye COVID-19 yi pandemic yi be jai so yade how be high enka yesi ye ho ba beto kakra na Russia fo ikoto she Ukraine fo so ema me kasa sisi ahokyere aba enuane bo tese amani musu 34%, petrol bo 60%, na enru akra echi aseden Ghana ye inflation Ghana Statistical Service for the betu dwa tese o hwe March ni mu a na ejina bem say 19% ni echire CCR de 23% ni echire ena akwakoduru enu nti ama enyema bo kwa na ekosoro but enye se ebia bibitichi bi na oman mu hanum sei ye ne bonus so ana bia mambuo no na enko yie na sa inflation tichi kra ni nyina ye imported ena aba ye oman mu hanum sei ensam ya wa kan ni odi tudwei mimusa wo sen na tew ma pa honorable
Many ABOAGYE me da say na match wa
tifo juice
me say sima finance minister e kan nyina no e brofo na wo kan go ba don the day no nipa na otel man so be say me soma brabo etise wo ba ka kire me say inflation na imported inflation aban ensa wo man na aban sanim say aban ade eto atoto ni ma bi so e wo port let my values aban wasa why then why verse a amanfo senka uko clear wo car car na nka manfo betu be 15,000 Ghana cedis and then 23,000 Ghana cedis. It's who is part of the problem. That's what I say. It's nipa no ko yi sa car no. Abro say otua 15 no ko 23,000. Obeton car na. Why also beton car no for to be about 26 or 27,000 Ghana because it's only a profit. Garage no otua car. Workers now omo mo car, omo mutu car ekobanya won so tu omo car. It's about another day no also contribution increase the hardship no any be here. Into my country me say the BIA day COVID-19 Russia Ukraine war. They know when you are 100%. Leaders are voted to solve problems. Or how you want to hear leadership. You never say they know how until you money for baby and say you or how. Now we so about solve your problems at the amaya.
But some problems almost of Nancy and yen normally measures are buying finance minister Kroya measures it be good a year aquamu be brave. Oh, sir, meaning sir, unim sir, one more the measures be brave. For instance, fuel price mitigation measures. One more the no buy. One more the expenditure cutting measures. One more bakui and also revenue measures.
Ministers no mo so mati to market ya so no. Na what be say we say o ma start to aketua no.
Oh, so mo say o ma shase.
When I catch so ma shase.
I think was it April? Yeah, I think the last time I read something on I think it's April I said o ma shase.
Na month be mu na we.
May mu na we. Enti April busumi ni we no so mo tete o.
I know ka say some information are confidential to me can want some CCA. Omonya start po entity ka aketua no. And account to crop on this can cotton crop no. Omopo nya west say ye bi sa account to be editors can cotton. Ono for the year fan 20 because every can you sika bi a ebetima so we a problem be there man. It is an ema e so our report to say Fiscal service worker is saying inflation is 23.6% no. When you work at you na what no, the old na what you to work at you.
Now, but person chima because you know si kind one here na obi otie na wafana say nya sa na tie. Mpacho impression apesi nya na ne said yen.
Deductions no. And na so mo sha timpa ministers ni na do do say impact say the na Fiscal betima e de amaye. Eti expenditure so idea overhead expenses would do saka you never want to say expenditure we no o year through ho ministry na ka say nyina fa say ministry bu afa so ni so o scrap say ministry no everywhere the budget nyina no enya ade obi ade ne sadeka secretariat ni nyina be free ho it is a ministry no say nfa be 50 e wo ho na say ministry so ye hu ni impact for economic development. Minumi a family and family, just about 4 ministries. A boom, a by one. But all the day, no sense to keep this, a change the account to see. For example, transport ministry. Yeah, and then Menoka say your transport minister or your aviation minister or yes, our railway minister or a dear pan the minister back one deputy 80 minutes. This ministry now by 1 ministry. Budget I allocate all the certain ministries, you know. Yes, you can also come find it here. Uncle to be a car. Goods and services and capital expenditure. That money will not be there. Where money is some I I bet my boy, I'm going to make it savings. That's a common fund logistical way to make here, health insurance way to make here. That can just over to be a 30%. Then if and also on the other hand, some an allowance. Then if I took quite brutally at any conference. It's about another day, no. Who some problem there? Because minister or quarter allowance for budget. Who come my 30% salary cut in a way, no. It is our own say 1 hour that no. My uncle said I would have done it. 80 minutes and no can say I'm from the option boy. But a year 30th from 30th up to 21st of April, no Washington. Or attend a IMF meeting, World Bank meeting. That's the kind of comment by IMF the Mayano. Someone say be alone. I bet you. And say IMF no one know what you made the Ankasa. Loan is a condition. Interest loan. And to the Eki and I say IMF no. Who chose $1 billion? Also, I call World Bank, Equa Jessica. African Development Bank or Jessica. It's a year category no say be a solution no ha yan kwa mef no what you so na kwa dey bosia e be solve problems that's the canon na say mo mebu ho akonta nkire ya e bi si ne awon person bu akonta because am the quiet election am a Jessica na bi ti on person mebu ho akonta it dey make kan nyina ne say inflation I can fuel price the cost of living no ti mamoni no so no to mitigate the hardships now in the Payacomono. And then I'm cross our four fear because of condition of service, maybe.
And Pacho, I'm
my day.
I'm call you off.
I'm not calling for what say issue no resolve way. The issues are still hanging.
I'm say issues now being resolved. And Pacho, no pay 7 million mudin come on. I'm say the issues are being resolved. That's why I'm no more come back.
Somebody has given a promise, but there's no finality to it. You knew I'm not for that to fear for more than 5 months. You into moka. Common fan, Menoka says, you memo. 4th quarter 2021, Kraban to Yai, Nankapesa, the 2022 oneself. 4th quarter 2022 or 21. We were so bad, Jessica, can constitution or the constitution, I take a 252. Also, government should transfer no less than 5% of total revenue to the local assembly for development. Why did you say you cannot do it? We ain't check a tax revenue, minimum you ton show your ton sign to be here. First, you cannot be at it at one. A more 5% they said they call a maintenance medical input to Juma. What did you cannot? And now, both say what the business continue. What did you cannot have to interest on loans? One final put to Juma I guess the day on the Aya Quine, who the school dine, who the 2 Shamayano, it's a Nema, a new Huntino, say a whole children name everyone, then finance. And so also cut it down on expenditure. No, he can't call and my final development. If the carpenter neo mason neo, why a labor near a woman cement or a bank my year, and I have been with a Chanican, Menocasi in Chubiaka. If the deputy apostle Cromo, I want you to apostle, I will cromani or Memunino, if the Abai and a more to. Now, some guys of the Paddy Laba, a year, 11 croponum, or me collateral 11 the Papa Jubusa. Don't forget, sir, get fund, influence, say the Papa $1.5 billion. Energy sector, almost almost the $10 billion, my Jimu about 6 billion Ghana cedis. Now,
a collateralization was my okay. And right, no superior because some busan say, Amatete, a BBC said, Amatisi as you, levy a kako collateralizing on any kaka home. Now, finance minister, I know, I will honor say, in some more kind teach you, me per se, ye tea, your kind teach you pa. Now, mean you are drinking because, and also about and send be a say, Dom Kuma teach you yate, say, more cancel, mania and TSO KM says, I collateralize you, said the But yen teach you bams and your kind, remember.
Levy, I don't know. I mean, your question was whether we'll give you an assurance that it won't be collateralized. I mean, the question is, you know that collateralization is bad. Do you get me? I should give you an assurance. Assurances really where is the economy going? What are the instruments that we have in our basket, and how do we deploy them? Unless you are categorical or you know something that I don't know, that collateralization is bad. So I will not give you an assurance. I will at each point in time examine what we have and take a decision with cabinet as to how best to use the resources of our country.
So collateralization and kasani edi kusia wani say no ni opeso chen say say nya de pa nya de boni enya de boni ba em say yemu bi nso ya na ye ma de na kwete say bi ya eye ade a enye nti ono as finance minister yes enya de bi a wo ka say yes e kwa collateralize ye levy but edu ebre bi a wo mo hwe eniama ye wo no so okay decision ben na say anamo ben ye tu a be boa Ghana nti say kodu bre bi na say well say so mo collateralize levy. Why not? If that is the best decision for the country at that moment, wabeye nya okay ya na ka ho.
Asema waka no, you know shukurapo no, yankofa get fund. Get fund, equalize get fund kwaji $1.5 billion no. Then okay say, omu yusu omu inflow no about 60% and omu ko tuya loan and interest. The loan and the interest about 60%. Bisa won so mo kwaji first kan school adan do the same about netimesi. School infrastructure say na yehu. Etu kwaji sika no na sika no ebe ya de find the amount there. Eni esa e yo sika odi emfie num anase emfie du bajeje e na waje ne ne. Nti oji ne ne dia. So de ye ne man ka emfie du no ka ba ye meboa. Na bisa won say ye kwaji get fund 1.5 billion no ye hu bibisa na. It is about 60% equal service data. It's a get fund to one, ultimately be bium, ultimately tobas, ultimately encosi school dine, because we sign out then or service debt. The Kana was a can, so no, dear Namodisican. Even we are semi working, I vindicated the position of the minority. Because we foresaw all these things coming. These are part of the reasons. Abano Sikebi and a Jinasobi as a special purpose vehicle. Now, last week or so, which is almost every month, about 1 million Ghana cedi every day or so. From 11, yes, sir.
Yeah, one entity. So far, I'm saying by Tuesday, on my assessment, no. Now,
one entity, about 70% of it.
Yeah.
All things being equal. So, when you 1 million a day, I think you 365. Saying, and you 365 million Ghana cedis. And you put just 7 billion away. There's no 1 billion put because in the budget also been 6.9 billion, which is about 7 billion approximately. You can't say even estimate in the couple wrong because floating now can say about 500 billion transactions, you know. And yet the same money they move around. Because you cannot remember to me and it come out. Also, send them will be just floating money. And yes, transactional money. Now that's the way we are. I end or Rubisa Babet was so. You come back on the best 20. You go 500 billion. Men can't tell me, say, he can be a door so into the Yako tax. Internet. Who confirm much say, even from the say, 2 million. Coming in a bomb crop on that. We're 70%. But 30% so some another 1 million. The whole year in the Krano, because I'm a benya. We know 1 billion if I come once. Let alone to talk about 6.9 billion. I know number one say they got it all wrong. They should have listened to the minority. They do the tax handover, you do an impact assessment. Tax will not impose hardship on people. The impose hardship on no benefit benefit then a bit media. So camera now most is a send this free one kasa account to moko one kasa wire to swa and yeah they would I illegal boa. Implementation then the Among send this free one kasa account come wallet no they charge them the 1.5%.
But no finance minister Krachi mu say yes mfidie ho adwuma na ye na embre bia ye BBC a ebetimi dem for so aba. In fact e wodwumedie na asia no me share the full program no. Minister for Information Kransu Manchichem yes. In fact who be by say yes. Bibia ye din fidie ye bia from so and that America kra no bra no di Obama care ede ba no. Asase no fidie no from so bebre by but ene amanfo bebre na nya mfaso Obama ye care no healthcare no nti mfaso honum say again finance minister ka say ye tie niam na bia ebinumu ka enyanka even free SHS no kra ye nye enka ba na kra no enka ye nye free SHS and that be bia do bebe bia no I said the papa bia ba amanfo e kasetia na ebinumu nyan ya nanka emma te say bia mukra dom kuman eno de enye sa no kan ba me anam de kan say mo adom kuman kra so bia I say bibi ba bia na mo keke against it.
I'm say abi aban asra o se katamon because omo come
there be asembisa na me dem say eno pese asembisa.
Oh boy,
there be my last bit about dom kuman no de eno ya asembisa me de pim mo. Enti men fan say government about any asembisa.
Me tell say when bit matna we ata catch we say to ya de papa. Abra nipa ne hu fa so wo to no so. Ukwa jisika na se nipa no there is no physical manifestation. Hu ade ade sika ne ya. On what basis? And the nipa do just me say to na ye kan wasem na ye. E to na di ka tue bi da me catch we. Ye tua VAT. VAT na ye tua no. E hu sika say the local assemblies no oji a won fa ko. If you guys make 11, what is the motivation so you beko? And I promise now I will make you a budget no. What's the motivation so you can be sample to Jumano? The you can tell that amount. There can some busum so sika odifu market trium because there tax am say tria. The still fire no kwa won fan ye. Just make tria 12 for. What is the guarantee say we the other by year there so day? It's as simple as that. And these are abrasion so they throw by. Yeah, yeah, taxation. Yeah, this particular tax, they say, we are taxing people's investment. We are taxing people's, what do you call it, their capital. We tax earnings. We tax profits. We don't tax capital. That's why you're coming in as simple as that.
But Ebim should subobo say, Monso Mode, meaning there is a condom tax.
No, we're condom
tax.
Condom. 11 no say am tie me to condom na me chane sika ma pharmacy so o ma me condom a me tia 11 wo ho enta buy a next kind condom is the dia about the whole tax about through 11. So what's the difference? And then this you can for condom tax ama yeah this tax hand on neighbor no income tax no any who say the implementation will affect taxation on catalysis condoms and the rest and yeah, amendment on the floor. Are you free? It's a debate, you know. And I'm going to about it. So, yeah, impose tax on condom. And I just meet that way. Who grown up. Meanwhile, nobody impose tax on condoms. But where the e-levy is on condom. Okay. E-levy is on prostitution. So, for baby, hook up and I feel hook up. Hook up for baby, that not so super to e-levy. I buy so beside your tax.
That's illegal. Illegal. You know, you are a parliamentarian.
Which one is illegal?
Prostitution.
And plancha illegal. Ghana.
There be Usi Ashawo. Me say prostitution means Ashawo.
And I be on the floor now say hook up and I plancha.
Ashawo.
And plancha illegal.
There be hook up ni nyina Ashawo.
Me dem say and plancha. And maybe I soon will see them up quite say you know Christo ni. So to find praba kun kan o.
Okay. Ma yentie last voice na yemfa conference any day mo
Nancy maybe talked about Ejapa. I mean, my firm philosophical belief really is that the capital markets are meant for something that will lead us to equity resources, and we are not leveraging on it. And therefore, the question, it's not a question of whether monetization of mineral royalties or listing of the company is bad or good. You know, it is good because that is how you raise resources. The question is the process of doing that. If we have a problem with the process, let's articulate it, let's cure it, but let's not drop, you know, something that will be good for us and reduce our debt exposure. You know, so those are two very different questions. How best to do it, as opposed to don't do it. And so my mind is still there. I know the president has mentioned something about that, going through the AG and Parliament again to do that. But it's not something that I think is an asset to the country that one needs to drop. You need to examine all your equity and debt positions and make the best choice for the country, not the fleeting instances. We would never have done senior high school if we listened to other people. That's 400,000 lives now, that have a chance to do something. We would have stopped short at e-levy because of the noise, and suddenly we have a tax handle that will be phenomenally important for the country. So we need to look at that.
Ghana Muntie, na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Right, so if you know about cancer, many honorable Richard Champion or Ahumano so Imrashebe Junior General Bia East. Osansi a member Finance Committee Parliament ni ne din komo. Ye share Finance Minister Enra Central for Shiemu in 70 be a PP film by. So ani a me share me boys is here brana Central for Busan and sem fa a Japadi say yes, so much is buying a Japadi almost sign Eddie baby. And why are the man? Yes, I see. I had the papa. Ababwa ma yakanu yet me. Sika benye fi me betimi tutu Ghana can be. Enti ono de enya de Japadi say wo magemu aban no eba. In fact, na what we are see di nkomo akwa eba beto dwa e kire se e Japadi no kra no ye listed on London Stock Exchange ne Ghana Stock Exchange in the account. You be resist be almost about $450 million. So it's a good deal. But I don't think a minority still I want to say a Japan dear bar on Becky against Honorable what ye Finance Minister a Japan deal eba view.
Now my answer about free SHS in Koma. They be say your first SHS man can nipa be 400,000 Koma school. Man, I catch you say a first education or none from school na.
No. Say was it buy no ama nipa dodo na etimi nya kwenya.
They shouldn't say 400,000 in no. You must be a one no one no can say free education and come for bank school. It's not a here nor there. Yeah, Saturday a Mako school ene. Ghana, a month for Saturday Mako school ene. What was the point? Say a free education, you can nipa 400,000. They should do a proper analysis of it. They won't say nipa saying no maba be ka ho. Say nke bia omo musika de maba ko no. E bia omo e bia 300,000. E bia free education, e bia 50,000 abeka fine. They can't run the whole number like I tell me say free education nipa 400,000 at school.
But as a teacher our can say omo di manu asem e chia enka ba na akra free education nipa be 400,000 no. Now,
you know, your mama said 200 schools are no see starting free a day school. No, what was the purpose? A invention and people want to buy Ghana. Education, no, MPP for the buy Ghana. FCOOP, and year around is starting implementation of FCOOP. So, what is it? What the meaning of FCOOP? Free compulsory universal basic education now, year around starting implementation. Any constitution. And the other for I want to model about being to be done as I say. Now, you see 200 schools, so no need to see for what purpose. You are starting day schools. Are you free? I am starting here, my sanitary pass or Mankasa say, Mamma, you sanitary pass, no, near the back, you the Quack and come another day. Moankasa Mokambi, and my mom for running it down. And my awful say, if they are whom be attached. Everything then another actually. It took a time with the Japanese ban as a process in the way you saw young Candia. And we have issues with the process. Me, I don't know. So what kind, and also what tape will be about the UK finance minister? Issues about tax saving. The account or offshore account or what? They want to indict him on this matter. Because who could be an account or tax saving? Jesse, I can't say. Transparency will not be there. It's a young idea in the book say, yes, say, any mortgage or my Japadia, these are the hills, so that people will be accountable to the good people of this country. Now, what you can say, who could be offshore account? When you open that account, you will not be accountable to the good people of this country. And nobody can go seeking for information in respect of that account. Yes, I mean, any. What do you say about my video? So, Japan say me kind once some could court. Okay, I would debate a shas here. Me can want some it could court. The process now, also I can say I will issue with the process I ain't can. And the process now they can't want some. Did they listen to us? So what is he talking about again?
He levy Japan deal is almost back.
And I'm saying, also processing the whole issue, so we should raise it. We raised issues about the process, and they did not listen to us. So what engagement are they talking about for the second time? And the process creating a can once the tax saving, no, there will not be transparency, there will not be accountability. We need transparency, so we will not allow those things to happen. If you can't process and once also want to ask you, be a finance minister person you can be. Then I can say, I can't get fun once energy sector, one mortgage, no hydro, road fund. We will say the cocoa for or the cocoa quadjebosia and ADC Buida. The cocoa education, the past eco tria, a Buida hoka. It's your man where Japadia Mundiano, you see a mortgage. And a quadjisica, because young cousin to me about trade and mobosicano, and for some real problems. And when you get the money, we'll spend it as if there's no tomorrow. So my parents say a jet no be higher or high air boiler because we didn't find no bill. And you're again mistake. A Ghana for a mistake. We have brought this upon ourselves. For any quarter abano. Into mom quarter abano and a coffee when you're and a baby we in so. Into how much are you coming a decision we took. So you have to bear the brunt. And you know what? When they are kind of position from our friends government and then they are doing the worst form of it. But media number do do show the apostle. Obia sro to be kasa. This is more. Be am no idea which ma can be. But 90% of the media landscape they are quiet. And I go forward him. I'm going to independent square bomb pie or my and then Bible and Pabon the movie officer bomb pie. And then this is there. Nanke or ma or to solid jina as a bomb pie. And no more. You see the hypocrisy. We are some man in developer. We are part of the problem. And we must be part of the solution. We need to speak up. Let's speak to authority. Let's speak truth to authority. Society will come to hear say we did our best. So they didn't listen to us.
Honorable.
The bottom line is say, me no me on your brabon is seven ebum. I want to bang and a debrain. A canon, yes, a hurricane and yana. But there's a new hope. The new hope is the new ending which is coming 2025. And your mama say, the Yamea dominate Tobaman, Ghana for Tobamana. 11 way will be a 10 of the past. The big chumma year through. No, how never be sir, Equaman for say, ne, we require pay Sika for you or send me to me Sika because I can't pay tax on tax. Because Sikano and most market to Yametria tax da. I didn't make a shop was on the tax or some said to you. Why do you want to tax me again? When you now know as someone for business.
Okay.
When do not the come at the or how abatimum for so. Now what to inflation 23.6, almost 24%. And I say tomato boy, who could talk tomato rubber back one, Shenebo.
Honorable, Medas in Idiosia, Yamin Shopper.
I said, media.
Honorable Richard Champon, a member of the Finance Committee, Rashebe Junior Jama, Bia East, and pay need 100.9. Ghana Montie, Suno, as you go, as you go, so ye dink como ye and seven, 10 years, here, a customer babe, ye no, na, a non kno, abo later on this same program in Pin for a better sina, or my boy, a year drink chair, and semi hodo. Na, yan twasso, yanji de bon crata and moon common be, and fan pay monsieur, and a pay yanko and the one crata and moon seven.
Ayo. I was for the Bacata, me de bay, the Bacata. Your friend is a tele-guide. Tele-guide, the Abba in Nimuhana, what I says, some sort for Unonyam for Cano for the Atan and work I say. wase nkakra nkra be ye baby a yanam dey so far so good wo msa niam mu ayede Ghana inflation baby a hete ukọ daso ade no uto ne na ade beto be kwa na bo no asesa eniam bo akosoro pa ba no transport kura ade a Ghana fo tiam baby aka na wo fro hye kwa wutua sika ketua bi na obetua kese ukọ daso akwa niam no bo akosoro ama asitrem ayede enya yankwa ne yasofo South Africa countries ne be 41 womun so brasa entinya yankwa yakura de yade numpo eye se jampani sam fatu wunti na ama prison ni wura anwo entu compare yade and the South Africa 41 other countries no a that is so far so good company na na danko akufuado wode sisa pabatu akwemu a ebeboa ama sa ahukire ya amuhuni ebe ya 10 of the past
Graphic Democrat ano anamede eto asokrata fa eno eto so du miensa ni mu no na yetwemu a ade akwa akosi be du mienu edu mienso no na du so no mede bade ana sesi anyakopon adom ye pese ye bo ahwe ema akwansa sankre ni ko yie eno enti asoye ya omutwa akwansa mamra ni adwinidie so ene eye ekuo mu de omusa hyantiase apomase omba behwe ama Ghana ene abibiman yabo moden aye akwansere adwuma no eyie na ye ne yenu ane se tempenifo boa na bibia koye ne ye de aso atutu fom ne ye de niema komudi a afiwe enko awieye no na akwansara no ama ye sika be 20,000 America sika ni mu a eba be ye adwuma na osofo na hwe adwinidie amamre ne akwansara so onimonyafo Dr. Ibrahim Awa ena ade ensewe etudwa ebra mu de omusa hyanti ase apmase wose afrase no nko anu ye hwe nipa eba Ghana ha sei ema bibiman hye ye koso a na ekọ animu ye ba enti afiwe se ye hwe animu se mu bepeja ye nim se aban no ehyase ade year of return no ebaye a eno no eye se ye bomodin ama wona omo amanone omo ye aborofo ne bibifo no abafie na 2019 nim 2020 yes e ba be ye beyond the return no eno so no anshada anya yisa enam covid no empanyini say de ye no ntini yesa aboso bi yesa ansa aboso ba meja pai etu omo san ade aba ahwa ma kwansra ko animu
the Democrat meeting me the Democrat your friend say teleguide no anra ya bo amamani asa ma wako asemi asiwo na ye din ka di hun komodada abrantie be your friend say wo ma Jabu Abdullah an wo beto te ya no say wo didi wo ma wako na se de ni yemu da no no nya asam keto ne ne namfofo an wo bi nso de beto aso say to fried rice and chicken wo na said the yansu ye hu dwa wo fie ni nya agro na third person so the abeto waso onum podi okoto chips yo na chicken wono nsukura de watete atese de yesum na tombo nsam jem ni yemu da no enti afa na de nani ya yenyan ya bro mu ya se sa de na ye no kure enti am pam enipa no mo bregu hospital verse 70 FDF akotum ya omo ya nhusemu ade afa enipa egu ayasabia ene sofa e womu betumi ayede afa wonti womu branches ni ko hono kura womu atutum
na me da sora awo graphic Democrat and Democrat fair to so dunsia Odorua Isaac Bampomfo nyini abawo no ene ye executive secretary di Macrosac na Civil and Local Government Staff Association of Ghana, Prosac, sanye frɛ omo. Na watwe miensa ena omo kyerɛ so mate atwea. Na atwea no omo atie no, ene sɛ omo ni aba na kwa kwetena se, na omo mpɛ so mbɛyɛ amanyɔsɛm. Edo omo pɛ neutrality allowance. Se ebemba omo nwa na mo omo fo mo ko hya amanyɔsɛm mu kura. Ena afesu nwa na ba akomienu bi ɛka ho. Na ɛyɛ National Labour Commission penifo na jitu mo yɛ ne sɛ aba ne ntua. Eto omo twon krata de komo me osofo ohwe sikasem so oru akerofo yata se wanye na wontu ho anamon na omo se omo de ko yere na opanyini no osofo no eye kokwasa ena omo so kire se yemfa ya asepan enhya ben na ne akora akwafuom na ka cha akora ne se edu ama ye behye yedua so ye behye na sebudu om na sama so ye pa akora befa otirimu ka na amamuna no abantu om so mo mpene saa eno mo ye ne so mo ati atua enti om de nkrata ba abonte achechem se nyame adom atuate no omo ede abawie ye sanse eye mpenifo agye atum se sika ne yebetue enti osofo a ohwe sikasem so abo akire de ama controller and accountant general for se omo enhwe wuntu anamon eti nyankopon eye adoma adwoada de ene ye cross akadwumaifo nyina ono mo ministries omo departments agencies ne meme yahodo ni nyina no omo ebehye ase akọ adwuma na na no pepo no ye ni mpenifo ni bi akasa akosi aboagye ni omo akasa ne kasa yebo no ene omo kire se omo cross akforo omo do so pa ya se ye nhye da hu omo adwuma no so omo adwuma no ekọ animu ye so ko ministries bi na so betumi aye adwuma ne tentem so de amawo na chese yo mo cross akadwumaifo no na eye okọ jubilee house omo mo mu nyina no ye cross akadwumaifo na se kuoma eto badwuma no hu hia etom da mpenifo ase amagye atum so mbehwe atiom sika se de yakopon adomatagifo wa yate asem yakopon ya adomadwada cross akfo no enko adwuma
na wade aba ateli guide katafe tosonkunu ha nipa wojina he GMPC Foundation Executive Director Dr. Dominic Dia watrasa Ghana National Petroleum Corporation na momu foundation so majuada no omu akwasa ni memorandum of understanding omu ni Youth Development Corporation e USA Michigan based non private organization bi ewo Sanil Michigan na sa agreement omu ye mayor ya wo Saginaw City Brandamo YDC board Gary L. Luster and other dignitaries be na we babua mo anyantete employable skills training and exchange programs ya wodo ebetumi aboa Ghana mebunu amwo mo atumi agina won na so esa wonti watasa sa adwumedie ya wodie ante ebe improve Ghana for asetena mu pa executive director GMPC Foundation Dr. Dominic Dia and watasa the foundation no omu nyina with the same vision omu person nipa asetena mu tumpon enti adan won ka won tuma ano na won skill training ebetumi aboa opportunities awodo mbetumi enya na we de ne de aboa we nso de ne de aboa we no omu nya no saa eno na nam so a omu sa agreement kama ekwa akotete nkofo ho omu nso hia adwentra omu beba abati bi de free hanom a ebokrata daily guide ebo mu amane
na graphic jabokrata no kata fe to so edu enwotwe wadi orura akwabena abankwa yebo wamfo nyini aba na ona ye fotosanfo ade ama NPP amayeho no wase sesi ano watena sidi ahwehwe niemam awu se ese wotimi asi animu na woye niema ye tie di sika ma no otutu ni ye bua ye NPP amayeho no sese die wo pimo akomso a na chese national chairmanship no kwa akopribi ento abomodin ada ne campaign adi ewo kofoedua po ye mantemu a enya asem ketu akora na wase yakopon ya adom no moto aba edema no se dwomtenani ewo NPP amayekoni mu ade obeye nie ababomodin ahwe ama alternative dispute resolution no amo ade aye adwuma ene se kwampe e befa so e beka fisem amayekoni mu no amo beka nkokwo ye court enti eye party no enkanka ni abato mpesua wodo no so no obia mrasipo bi ode beba beto no mo na o mahwe atuhu anamo ti koto asem biara ema oru akwabena abankwa yeboa asesi ameka na asem yi wo kira no wo se amayekwa no mu mpenifo atwotworo eta no wachinti ebra epoye mantman yikokofo dua mu okodai ne dwumadi adi no ene enkrofo bai pa omobaya madioni wode epo eka ho wose MPP amayekwa ni hia wo bia obetimi di nkabomu aba na ama 2024 aba no beto no betimi adi nkunim na ama omunsusu apim so akomo anim na afensu nyema nyina awie mu di obetimi adi nkabomu aba enti onu nkuto ni nipo sipi no sifata eso moto aba no edema no enti oru akwabena abankwa yebo wase wodo ne betimi aye dwomtena ni MPP amayekonim se CA ama amayekora adi nkunim 2024 aba ayebeto no emu
na daily post de abaka tafe to sunum no watasa His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama and Wakasafa Ajazira and Semtrenia, your friend said Serene Abu Akra. Na Abonifusembi Air Koso, and Israel security forces no. Now we occupy West Bank City, Ewa Jeni. Now what and we bo Uranu Tio Wabra, na warrior Najuma. Now we tell as we said that. And woman two no born some training. Na John Dramani Mahama etrasa and some trafwa ye tet you found with you so dear. And yadia and anything will cry one pem. Na dear see no, ya, sir, I jazira and some training, your friend is Serene Abu Ekla. And ya non qua and some trafwa do one and say, Emua baby. Ana Ghana nso nsɛmkyerɛni baako a wɔyɛ n'adwuma kama wɔn ka bi nsɛm mu Ahmed Hussein Suare enipa bi koku ni ya de bɛsi nnɛ yɛnsa da nhu baabi a ɛho asɛm akɔsie wobisa mpanimfo a yɛgu so ɛyɛ adeɛ bi anya koraa nsɛmkyerɛni yɛ n'adwuma a yɛnyaa no ma ne nyɛ ne yɛ taataa no ne yɛ tiatia ne fa ahodeɛ so wode a wopa aka wobɛhu ebinom ntumi nnafie ne yɛ taata ebinom wanadwo anya ade a enika enti wɔsrɛ sɛ wɔka awura Serene Abu Akladie na wɔsan de akae Ghana aban sɛ Ahmed Hussein Suare wɔno nso n'abusuafoɔ ne n'adɔfoɔ nya atɛntene a ɛyɛ yie enti mampanin Nana Adeda Nkwa Akufo-Addo abrɛ yi so a ɛnna nsɛmkyerɛfoɔ nyinaa kɔhyɛ tight corner wotwe wo ti pɛ ne yɛasa ka wakɔhyɛ no wɔsrɛ so wɔn sɛ na abranteɛ n'abusuafoɔ nya atɛntene ɛsiane sɛ ɛnya ade a ɛnika.
Na ɛyɛ African Development Bank panyina wɔno ɛna ɛyɛ titinani anasɛ dwomtirani waba ɔman Ghana mu ase na wɔne Ghana mampanyin na Nana Adeda Nkwa Akufo-Addo ɔmo de ɔmo nsa to ɔmo nsa yam ɛwɔ deyi fɔm adɛbɔ krataa no anim na ɛnsɛm no wɔ krataa fɛ ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa ɛberɛ ɔkɔɔyɛ no a Ghana mampanyin so na ɛyɛ dwomtirani ɛde ɛma KWASI kuo no ɔmo didi nkɔmmɔ apɛ ɛna ɔmampanyin Akufo-Addo se ɛsɛsi a no bra so sɛ abibiman yɛbɔ mmɔden na yɛhwɛ hyɛ yɛn ho so wɔ nneɛma baako mmienu bi mu na ɛma yɛgyina yɛn nan so esi kase mu ɛsɛ yɛn nya kase yɛhwɛ kwan pe yɛbɛfa so a yɛbɛtumi adi yɛn kui na yɛsi kasam no wagyina na nansa ne deɛ wotumi hwɛ sɛ COVID-19 ba yɛyi ɛde nneɛma bi aba wetu dwa ho yɛn hu sɛ ampabra so sɛ yɛn nya kase yɛsɔre ne yɛbɔ yɛn ho so wɔn sɛ COVID ne baeɛ no anka bibiman ko a ɛka ama yahodoɔ no ɛwɔ amanonipo ɛkyɛn yɛ bibiman eti sɛ ɔmo na ɔmo sika sɛm ayɛ basa yi akɔ akɔpɛ sika ɔmo ɔmo abɛyɛ ne dɛn eti wasrɛ paa sɛ yɛmpɛ kwampa ne kwan foforɔ ɛbɛfa so ɛbɛnya sika ɛde abɔ yɛn nya akasankasa yɛn ho bra eti nneɛma ahodoɔ ɔbɔ adeɛ de adum yɛn ɛyɛ natural resources no ɛbɛhwɛ ne akorakora ne yɛ no yie na yɛnya nneɛma pɛ firi mu o yɛde ayɛ nneɛma yie eti ɛnam so ɛma African Development Bank kwakyerɛfoɔ ɛyɛ Dr. Akimi Adesina ɛkasaeɛ ɛna ɔno nso de to dwa kyerɛm sɛ ɛyɛ no kora sɛm aka no yɛmpa ɛno nti ne yɛba a yɛba bɛyɛ nhyiamu no enti yɛbɛhwɛ wɔn nyina nya agu berɛ a mpanyinfoɔ no nyina gye atom sɛ abibiman yɛbɔ yɛn ho so
na ekuo yi yɛfrɛ wɔnom sɛ Africa Education Watch edu watch ya ne yɛde frɛ wɔ mu ɛna wɔn kasa wɔ katafɛ ɛtɔ so ne mu yi wɔtrɛ sɛ free senior high school no ɛbaayɛ no ama basic schools no brɛ paa enti wokɔ basic schools no a wɔn nsa da nkyerɛ de papa bi awɔ hɔ ɛsiane sɛ nneɛma ne akadeɛ ɛsɛ sɛ wɔn nya na wɔn de tutu saa adesuabea no ne nyinaa kɔhyɛ free senior high mu na free senior high no sɛdeɛ esi di Ghana sika no ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa na research a wɔn yɛ no abɛda di pɛfɛ sɛ wokɔ basic schools no a sika ni hɔ enti textbooks a yɛde bɛtena nkwadaa no adeɛ te a ebi kura ni hɔ akadeɛ bi te sɛ talk ɛne books register attendance ti nkwadaa ba kura tata hwee nkɔso wɔ hɔ ɛno aso wɔn akɔ ne nam waa wɔn to nyimu a wɔn apɔn ne wɔn san akɔ efiri kindergarten so ekosi class 6 ɛhɔ nom nyinaa wɔn wɔ ntɔtɔdɛ wɔn brɛ paa in the name of free senior high enti wɔn agyae ɛfam deɛ ne nyinaa ɛne wɔn ato na gyegye mu na no no osra ban say sadia wama free senior high no nko a wana sika nyina ekono oma nani nso nko basic schools no wanom na teacher fo atra de o basic schools no omu wa haw pa enso kana omu ntumi enka de obokrate ade ho asem aba
kratafe to so na with the informal de obokrate ani mu na maba begina yi na ye University of Ghana Business School no enye mfinhye aduosia 60 years into on ba be hye for madan ho na die enam so bo moto omusa from mampanya be de eche yura ba omia wane kwakasa awase na kasaye mo no mampanya be de eche se SSA no ene ma no ba bia ekọ no fidi dwuma pa ne bebo o my Ghana eye industries no ti no dia welcome na kosi nyina ne se animdefo wono munimu de no awo animde ni sua hunu hye ya wodo mu ene wono munimu di ewo mfidi dwuma mu ene wono munimu di ewo adwadie mu no omu nyina nka aban ne ho na ye momodin enye mfidi dwuma no ne yenye ne yie na ma oman no enkoye na mbaburu no nya adwuma nye enti wono munimu di ewo nwomahie mu no aye omunya research omufo mutinsim nya research enti omunya research no obehu se hane no ene ye we wo mu ebeyeye eba no sapeni yare akwakoma industries for no wono omuye mfidi dwuma no no so atena se abobo wanwu se we ye practical ones ye fanye we ni ye jide ama businessmen and women no no so ade aye adwuma na ama oman na ka bom enti wose wonso wonyi nipa aban no adi policies eba no na wono munimu de no enso eboa asomu ade aye adwuma na ama oman no sika sema tumpon na enkwa no eyeda eta no sabinom na dwumadi omudi ye na asemte da so ne se oman no daache adi efasika semu no finhye adiosia the University of Ghana Business School no mo ayo amana kwa koduru ne pesi etimi ye emani timi ewie mudi
na the obokrata ya friend say Ghanaian publisher ade abakata feto so watenu wata say National Executive Committee NEC yeah that People's National Convention ano ENC ana woma pam womu 2020 flag bearer David Apasada ana national chairman Moses Daniba na womu tasa sampenimfo mienu womu ambaziri sika General Secretary ma PNC Tenet Nabila and one nsam chafo kasa no wata say sampenimfo mienu womu kata hwesora reform sika pa womu nyaye ewo 2020 ebra ye ba beto aba PNC fo ebuabu no de nkofo de ba ye nyina ekodi chairman na fragber ewo afe womu awie mumra bebu akontam ye hwese sika dodo se ne ye yusu ya yatuomu abasasini womu mfesika no entumi mba sika no so nya sika kitu o ebi kura 150,000 Ghana cedis aya 1.5 billion titidie ni bi 70,000 Ghana cedis aya 700 million kanete titidie ni bi sika no doso ubisa tema wasibisa fragbera ubisa fragbera wasibisa tema ne sawunti womu yi sampenifo mienu nyina free party ni mu ya womu ni former fragbera bia and womu ni national tema bia sanse sika bi afa wansase
the chronicle the bokrata na medeto asokrata fe to so miensa odioru akenda pafo nyina ba ono ene ye oswafo hwe oman ye bambo ensensem so na wano ene kase ni kasa woka no anyada ene se sesi ane so bomodi ni ekọ oman eye suhemagina bia port ahodo no a wano mo ye adwuma won mo edema national security no ye chese ye nsanre assign wo mo na yenye adwuma no eye letter wo chwo ye edekoma port mpanifo no na date ye woso no ye oforisio date to so aduonu enso efie pimienu ani aduonu mienu na sei ana wo chirechire mu Wachira wasi eye minister a mehwe oman ye bambo eso onimonyafo Albert Kandapa na mejro na mese personnel so mo ye adwuma adi efri asoye no emuo no omo no nyina no mo ensanko ba bi foforo na mo enkwa na ye mede to so miensa ena salete ya mede bremu yi ehase aye adwuma na ne nyada no agina na ekire se toko estimate gina ye ahodo ni mu a aye na nkrofo bi omo ye national security personnel no omo ye nima bia ensen fata ena afa so aba beto dwa kire yen se ya hia ahodo so no wan hwe nkrofo betimi afiri wodomo aba be free awrawo enti ye yo ne aye no ye ama bampo ne bia ko ba bia enu nti ɛna yɛre assign wɔ mo anase yɛma mo akɔ baabi foforɔ akɔ adwuma ɛno nti joint port control unit ɛwɔ Ghana revenue assurance ɔmo nyada na aka bɔ mu edi dwuma yi a mpanyinfoɔ de aba mu sɛ ɔmo yɛ wei na amabambɔ sɛnkɛyɛ no akɔ animu yie.
Na Democrat me di wie wɔ the weekend crusading guide him. What National Trust Holding Company, National Social Security and National Investment Trust, Senate for woman krabata bakwa, your friend National Trust Holding Company. I would discuss 1 more Ubay investment, 91 days. 91 days, you be a week or two. Now, Usikana Mateo, and to bet me a koyu adie, and now say, Ubet me crowd be a cow. Asa to aswa na betumi akoyi profit na da so no sabre de enkofo akwa akoyi wo musika wo munsanka enti nipa no buafu atore seche meme de musika abeto no na me ba bayi ma de a wo se sika ni wo sika no mo de koye de enti customers ni buafu pa se di abase koye no yempesi abehuru bia okura sade enkofo Wamusika koke mu ebinum se wamu ho akonfu ye no anya de a National Trust Holding Company afo de ombeye bio wamu mtwema wamu kura enti wamu katra senate fo se wamu na akwaju wamu sika anaso wamu yisika na fru ade akwakoye investment bia sika na nyu wamu dia customers eji wamu sika wamu tasa koba se busumi nie uko se uko yisika ye se konabra ukwa ya se konabra the following week bra saa ne yade ayi wo mu anti customers ni buafu se wo mu ntwema mpanimfo kura de tie biara wo mu beti wo ni musika
right yenwie de bankrata na kwa de na de wie
me the chronicle krata fa eto so eye edu nan no na ewie na okye se wukwada no na eye mede eto so du ba ko ni mfinhye aduonu enso 27 years ya Ghana mpanimfo bi edi animu ye kumipreko ye kire no esanse na aban no ede to eye vat no aba eyo ha mu nchemu edu enso ni achiripo enum na saa kumpreko saa demonstration di ye kan na omampanyi akufuado saa bo na di animu pa na krata echem se ebro mu ye kire no Ghana fo be ye nwotwe ena ye tutuo bo omo asabre na NDC aban ena na ediso omo kirem se kumpreko no eto na aban no de ba na ne bo de dudu na mu odudu nti aban no nteso ena nam so mo omo ye kire na nipa nwotwe no fa mu hwiro mo enkwa MPP amayeko ni si enei aye wukwada no boka ye ehye ho fa kumpreko enti ho asem ene na emidi esori ye chronicle Democrat an so
okay. Thank God it's Friday.
Right, so hanum say na the bankrata and ye di si anope na mempeni for so atena si na ye ni omo edi nkomo ye discussion segment no na main kind mo comment ne bi ebreko main kind comment ni bi efina em say abroyi puma kwema ebetimi akenkan bi di amamu Fuseni Salifu Okaso Azongo. I totally agree with those who are saying that e-levy should be written on any project that will be funded by the proceeds from e-levy, as President did with HEPIC. Fuseni and on the way Dubai. Esio ba ya ata Kaso Azongo. I doubt the authenticity of the research that Operanza will win MPP National Secretary. From that one. Enoch Asaman Kessi says, we are facing a lot of all these challenges as a country as a result of bad leadership of from President Akufo-Addo and his NPP government. Enoch Asaman Kessi, Okro Yeboah Breman Benin. It is good that KWASI has called off the strike. It is good that KWASI has called off the strike. I strongly believe that government will fulfill any promise given to the workers. That's Okro Yeboah Breman Benin. Agunaba MP from Kaswa Adam Nana says Ghanaians have seen the light and no more lies from the NDC. No more lies from the NDC. John Mahama. The NDC and John Mahama. That's Agunaba MP. And Odiano Edbae. Ankuma Foster Chima Yerebi was see the planting for food and jobs is very, very, very good policy. We continue to plead with the government to invest massively in our agriculture sector. That's Ankuma Foster Odiano by DJ O'Malley and YOC Goss. So see NPP. We have the men to break the 8. Let us work together as a team. No insults, no division. Say no to JDM and the NDC. That's DJ O'Malley and YOC. This insensitive and corrupt NPP administration have deceived Ghanaians to sell our color TV for black and white. The horrible aspect of this black and white TV too is that it is not too clear. So I like Baba and the way at the buyer. Now that it is difficult for the NPP government to borrow from the Bretton Woods institutions, have we all seen how their economic mess is showing? If some of us say this NPP government have nothing to offer, Ghanaians will be saying that we are lying. Ablade, what if you fear Kuma Zongo and not doing by Inshaba Anelka, a shaman constituency. Ghana is really working again and also in safe hands under Nana Baumia government. No amount of lies or propaganda, mischief can capsize this amazing regime. Inshaba Anelka and Odianobaye. Positive change for Medina. From all indications, it seems President Akufo-Addo and his people are just bent on destroying this beautiful nation called Ghana. Look across all sectors of the economy and you will realize not even one sector is standing on its feet. Ghana is really at the crossroads. That's a positive change. Medina, Anodi, Enufri, Anodi Bay. Studio I'm saying John Armful of the NDC at Nasi, Sansona Saka, Shalia of MPP at Nasi, Painful Anope, Omobabe Bois, and Komodie, and Samahudo Atuja, na Yajo Madrinche.
Ghana, Muntie, na Mansanya son. At the Roko Fiaman Homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEET 100.9 FM.
Utie oha echi ponkno. NEET FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime, anywhere. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha echi ponkno. NEET FM.
NEET 100.9 Ghana Montie, Jimmy Suni, and if ye may need a toss with Dumi and Sa, a brass to say, Mamma Mimpin for so aquaba, na ye de young common beshi so studio no, very kind to my name, John Aflo of NDC, and a Saka, Salia, of NPP, or my transfer studio. John, as a
Mpomo, Yamia Dumti, Yamuye, and a pay Yamid and Adumuno Ashe and so. I'm at the party and so.
Nice.
I can say, in Kofwedia, or my show, when 7 number now, Mobu, my na, or my DN, which me who can be first, which shall come in Yamiadum Yamuye. May constituency forces so much, especially the branch executives. We are so much, and the incoming president of the Republic, Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and a professor, Na Oku Ajimai. Yasi ichia wana pay. Amuso obo adwuma pa nti no koso na bo na koso gina bibia ogina na anti na pay dia nti akase na me defi NDC party 24 ho Sami Jemfi ono abo akuga mu nya me chie obia.
Okay. All right.
Makuma na dem akuma so. Meba. So a spokesperson for
Meba you be din komo. Mami masaka so akwaba. Saka.
Enua.
Akwaba. Nyama msende.
Okay,
that's it. Right. John, so say constituency about to name say mobile beto.
You go so about to constituency abano. No ka say the year registration.
Okay.
Of our branch executives.
Okay.
21st from 21st of this month. Ekapem 7th of June. And new members now on person mu join NDC. So obi say we say NDC are very attractive.
I'm not joining NDC. I'm in country as a Baba joining. Ben, jump. Don't do. No, John.
No, but it is my duty to convince you.
John.
It is my duty.
John,
to tell you, say, the party.
John Affo.
Hope
John Affo. Withdraw that. I am not. No.
As a person,
John.
The party is now attractive. The only hope for this country is NDC. Because we've replanted the party. Oh, that be said, I know they are no credit. It's in my case, as I say, for me to say, Musi, Moba, Mukano, Ujina, one for baby 1,000 a do it. I bet you much from my party. On the 21st of this month, I come from 7th of June. Yeah, Cressa Munya Mumbra, bet you any party. Oh, number party. I have to win power. It's a gun of 4 bread. Now, membership card, no. There were manual one, there were electronic one.
Okay.
Manual one, 2 cities. And electronic 20 Ghana cities. It's a shame, I said, they're reorganization. Register your members. From there, no, June to July, no, when they branch elections. It's a few branch elections, and they call constituency elections, they call regional, or national. It's a shame, I said, we've got to move outreach.
Okay.
And check Greater Accra, yes, we outreach. I'm not going to say the registration of the branch.
I see.
Executive.
I know pay no minimum MP back who ding and come on. Honorable Richard Champon. Yeah, because we ba unti dwumedie no nti anka uti a odia dwodrum fedie na abeti. Honorable Richard Champon ko bisa an question back o ka chem say me a government spokesperson. Also they me ko NDC.
On them dance you program.
You go bisa an question back. See this is a government spokesperson. E was also
the that's sanity. My enemy be original. Publicly I want to
me baby I'm just despite media say I mean Saka when you also come consider say mo dey no dey say
say yeah no I feel na omo dey say what to say brana mbeboa because na party na attractive. I don't get it. The party now attractive just because I'm trying to say government being here there. That is no arguing. I don't think say the NDC has been like NDC since time immemorial has never been a very attractive. But wait there, I think say Obiadi Nifiasem MPP who say yeah police station. I think executives, but some of the areas, constituencies, be at the courts, for instance, like also central, say your model. But I say, I think say court na I can say, for coffee now, and some other constituencies are almost but I think say all in all, no. The party is doing well in terms of the organization elections. I'm sure say the coming regional elections will also be very smooth. And from the regional elections, now you call the national, now you call your flag. That will be a year to the end of the term of. I think say. All in all, no MPP yeah dear. But now no dear ever yeah kuma so no pan how to ensure say problems are we are self and then face no how do we paddle Ghana out of all those problems and no idea is here we are just not looking inward. For instance, I mean looking at only MPP, we are looking beyond MPP, we are looking the larger picture. How can we help Ghana? How do we take Ghanaians out of economic problems? COVID, Ukraine, Russia war, where they buy. What we can do as a political party, as a government, based on your pedigree, based on your track record. During from the 2017, 2018, 2019 until COVID, if the Obi person take advantage of that situation, it's just like say obi a wo ntimi no na nipa na ayare afei na nipa no ayare akoda hospital na wa beka say oh say there me so manya ahonde or see or your bema on sorry na yanko. And that is exactly what the NDC is doing. Because when MPP, anytime any crisis movie, the NDC cannot compare itself when you talk of economy. So what I say. But now that say we are not in normal times, then they say because we are not in normal times, almost political party are attractive. I don't know when the NDC has become attractive, especially John Dramani Mahama Ekobium. You remember the EIU, the Economic Intelligence Unit. I'm say the NDC John Mahama called their mobile Lucy elections. But they are bent on going with him. And when no meaning. By all means, your mama and and that is the reason why I lose by all means. Because Papa, when they are all to me and they want to me, you knew how he was not able to solve them. So you knew how corruption to Kreno, even on one Kasakra, to the extent say it has to take charge to rule on a matter, indicting him as a president.
Which matter?
Oh, I mean the Ford expedition matter. The Ford expedition, because Shraj said there was no conflict of interest, but on one case, on Timan Diso, on one code of conduct, or demand a public official. On Timan Diso. You remember when Anasi Azuri Ebisa Batedam, the late Batedam, because now Manasa and disclosure say John Dramani Mahama, and Batedam say any president worth a salt who engage in that sordid act, is not worth dying for, or should never be in the presidency for a minute. And then when they disclose to him, say, "Oh, that is your president," then these are some of the things.
What does Martin Amidu Nswaka about president?
Oh, Martin Amidu can send be John Dramani Mahama.
No, Martin.
Said Martin Amidu Obian Nim.
Is it there no Kafa?
Meba. Oka Numa be Professor Mills. To the extent say even at a point Kranaka or Professor Mills.
As a specific
in the cabinet meeting.
As a specific question.
In the cabinet meeting, Kawo Bono Krakuno. And it has to take the likes of the northern seniors, Alai Mama Idrisumu, to help the situation. And I'm saying, say, Osa Aka Numa Afa John Dramani Mahama also. Or see Professor Mills SCT committee led by the then Interior Minister to investigate him.
Question? What I'm
coming. I'm moving.
Specific
I'm moving towards the answer. I'm moving towards the answer. Say, Martin Amidu can never be brief president here. And then this president, Nana Dodonko Akufo-Addo, at the time, Nana Dodonko Akufo-Addo appointed as a special prosecutor. Nkofo be brave out, including Kennedy Japan. They may have fun because the track record of insulting presidents, even on one political party, they know say appointed now he will turn the gun on us. And another can say at that moment there was nobody with the name recognition of an anti-corruption fighter than Martin Amidu. And therefore, because I am I didn't know cosmetic, we are going for him. And we are ready to give him all the resources. Whether or not or MPP nina ana onye MPP. But what happened? Nisubai come for Musi Subai it's an NCA. No matter what.
Okay. All right. Saka.
It is based on that.
Saka.
And or turn the gun on us. If you don't bring Martin Amidu matter here, what
Saka,
Martin Amidu say President Akufo-Addo here the mother serpent of corruption. Sikano, Ghana Sikano, omreno wa. Ghana Sikano, I say Akufo-Addo the mother serpent of corruption. No. On to me for corrupt people, and to me for Montana. This is what President, former Minister for a special prosecutor. This is what he told you. Say your government, members, you are full of corrupt. When you go to him, no say who president here, mother serpent of corruption. Ghana Fiscal, men wa. But maybe you don't know. Your current member of parliament for Asin Central, who has also shown interest in contesting for your fratbership. Well, that's what I saw in the newspaper. Yo, Mati. But
No. He said it. No.
He said it. No, it is in the newspaper. Okay. Let us comport ourselves. No, let us, please. No, Saka, what you can say? Please. What I want to say is that your current member of parliament, who is the chairman of the public communication committee, our parliament house, say implicated your president. Yes, he said before you see your president of the republic, Nana Akufo-Addo, you have to pay $200,000 US, $100,000 US to the two deputy chief of staff.
You know what
before you can see.
Being said about John.
Please. When you were talking, I was sitting down. He said, before you see your president of the republic, you have to pay $200,000 US before you see him. Those two deputy chief of staffs, where are they? They've not come to debunk that information. Your president, Tocho Mucho, A+, came publicly to accuse the two deputy chief of staffs who now have been promoted as ministers of state. That before you see the president, you have to pay $50,000, $100,000 US before you see the president. And you are talking about President Mahama, who left the fort in the care of President Akufo-Addo. If you don't know, the fort is part of the presidential convoy. And the President Akufo-Addo but President Akufo was also given a gift. You don't know? President Akufo was also given a gift. Massa, please. Nobody implicated President Massa. Please, if you want us to let us conduct ourselves.
Donation.
I'm rebuking what you said.
Donation to a nation.
You've forgotten that Manasseh Azuri have said that. Manasseh Azuri say he is happy and he was never afraid to work under President Mahama. But today, under your presidency,
did he work under President?
No, as a journalist, as an investigative journalist, he never felt threatened. But under President Akufo-Addo, he is always feeling threatened. Under working, yes.
When Nanado is giving him
under
police
threat,
protection.
under working for President Akufo-Addo.
And
the same Manasseh Azuri did an investigation at public procurement.
Police protection.
The same Manasseh Azuri that you are talking about him. The same Manasseh Azuri now, Wafa. The same Manasseh Azuri now can who say, "Oh yeah, investigation about the President Mahama." The same Manasseh Azuri did an investigation at the public procurement authority, implicating the chief executive officer there. So why is your president not prosecuting? No, why is your president?
When the matter came out,
why is your president not prosecuting that chief executive?
Did was to suspend
the current CEO of
the matter is being investigated.
The current chief executive of
the matter is being investigated.
Please, what was his crime?
Is it about?
So please, when we're talking about corrupt leaders, we're talking about corruption. Your president, President Akufo-Addo, who preached on not being corrupt, is the most corrupt leader, the most corrupt president ever Ghana has ever had. If you don't know, let me tell you.
Sometimes onim the because they be almost every day invariably. They come out with lies.
Please.
And I'm see
if you're talking about corruption, don't talk about corruption at all. Your president appointees are assuming in corruption. Your president appointees assuming in corruption. And the president is there looking at them. He only comes and clear them.
Corrupt. Now
what are you talking about?
When you said about it, or
Mahama, who implicated Mahama in any corrupt activities? Let me tell you. Under President Mahama was able to prosecute his own appointee. Let me tell you.
It has to take the Supreme Court.
What are you talking about?
Nti mpamcho mumienu mimbusa masemo mpamcho mumienu mimbusa masemo mpamcho ayewa medamase no mimbusa masemo bia ni ampese msa memfa me topic round to amo hunya moye medamase nti
Ghana Montie Odisampa Kasiabo Kowaka Temunsa Amaya Se Kasiabwaye Onye Yimu ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Mami, can comments kakram pamcho munyoko. No, I want some quietness in Pacho. I want some quietness. All right, so this one here says Dr. Bamia is a gift from God to Ghana. One student, one laptop. That's Kobe and Sampila 2. NOD by one. Pacho, but please. One, I want you to be quiet, Pacho, John. I want you to be quiet. Once upon a time, MPP party. The best party in this Fourth Republic, who is helping the nation build message, I am afraid of the future for Mother Ghana under the leadership of this government. It doesn't look as if Nana Akufo-Addo's beg Ghanaians before getting their mandate. He does things that pleases his interest. That is one here from Alaji Willie P. If you come and the buy. Yawuza, times are very hard as the cost of living is rising astronomically. But President Akufo-Addo is determined to curb the situation, so let's all and sundry support. That is one here from Yawuza Swami. The buy. Eben Ewoko Abenya was it? President Akufo-Addo, have you been fair to Ghanaians yourself in the 5 years down the line as president? I think, Mr. President, you have to ask yourself the question before telling that to the Westerners. That's one here from Eben Kwabinya, NOD free, NOD buy. Please, Nanaya Osafumafo and the employment minister are still at their post after causing unnecessary tension and financial loss to the state. On the Clocksag issue, that is Ghana for you. That is one here from Boatin. But if we Denmark, NOD, Ebaye. Tete Ewo Sunyani will say the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Honorable Ignatius Bafo-Ewia, has assured members of the local government committee of Parliament that government is frantically working on to getting striking Clocksag members to return to work. That is one here from Tete Sunyani. And Abayo, I know just walking to the studio to take me a picture and he's just going back again. Can you imagine? It's here for. Yasemo. The woman wow. Royal Gabi Efiekuma. It's true, things are a little bit higher now, but our leaders are in serious consultations with stakeholders to find solutions to the recent turn in our economy. So we are pleading with Ghanaians to exercise patience and support the government by embracing the e-levy. Royal Gabi Efiekuma. Okay, so Yambra studio no hanu say ni share common say yan utilities for the wo proposal enam wo mu bisa mu so mu pentumu enti enkomo no this year gina Ghana Water ni Ghana Electricity Company of Ghana wo mu ene here so tariffs increment ene ne cost we John nsa se mfiuso
ayo wo fa say mesa da wase say o ma akonya but say me no tie the Ghana for nyina anim ye pe amambu a omu adware wo koro katahye ne program dia obi anim say MPP ntumi fanti title what na amambu mu almost 6 years
but your time cool time cool maka ade we ye kan topic yanko enim pacho John
wo fa say na make katahye ne program ya na nde kodu pempenso Ghana ye kodu yi then ya be ya ndem no kase ECG for so mo pe 148 increase Ghana Water for increase percentage in there you wo mamu na say president decide say onu de onti obi a na bi dua no bebu ahye na so na sorry a plane mu no obedware ya onu on for so obedware wo phone biom obedware wo plane mu edua no obedi obedidi wo plane mu.
What do you mean so president so onti obi a what do you mean?
Oh na wo fa obeti obi anka pempeso ye kai kodu nka na etu ande ECG4 enya entumi enya asika emfa manage omo services are they want increment in their AE. Because the president decided not to listen to Ghanaians. Which as he catch and say akwan onamushi embo man also nti obi a. Oh,
na usora na utu aketium article 71 for katom aketium by 70%. Na workers who katom sikem 4%. That is how a man no ebekodu pempeso bekodu no bedu bebia. The institutions cannot work any longer. Don't you say? The institutions cannot work any longer. That is why the utility services are saying, say, where the country it is now, no, they are unable to work. They are unable to give us better services. And that mean okay say one name say Ghana ha, you do so asamba. Obian say Ghana ha do so aba. But oka takanya de obetie. Baba be catch us say Mama do not solve doom so. But one guy start with here with him. Let me quote Efia Pokua on or program and Nutra categorically said that Mahama solved doom so. Everybody knows Mahama solved doom so. There were 40 ABOAGYE who said President Mahama solved doom so before he left office. That time your vice presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the vice president of the Republic of Ghana. I check Ghana for say Mahama deserved no credit for solving doom so. Enti ubaye na entamantara odi ye ECG ka share wadam fo nsem PDS without any bank guarantee and ten without due process of the law and odi Ghana ye japade ka share webusianfo ne wonyankofo ne enkofa oni momo. And then look at where we are now. Jessica Pudra PDS ba here ebedi ye the GFI customers work. And then we say, where is that money? That's the kind of one to me yabua ECG and no say. Then 148% here ECG for and there's no need for any percentage or any money. And can ECG for them or machines are egu SSA and they don't have any worry that they will come and put those blame, those pressure on us. Already burden Ghanaians are. Ye wo ha ya ndam no ka say akotia nso yen ye nyama aduana yo tonto market nya do aboa den ya Ghana fo omo soro omo boso akotia kra nso omo basa basa wo pay increment ndam no ka say wo fa ukọ ya mbebia me fi me be ya. There are so many places and so ni ho and sure ya nom ebi ni ho wo fa. Can you believe say Ndra I bought a tank of water 300 Ghana cedis. 500 gallons, 300 Ghana cedis. Into what for your man we mu. Now I quote your crown, Sabi Mako your crown. And do by 1,000 Ghana. You go for I'm a quote your bosom and do 1,000 Ghana. If one quote and do by 500 Ghana cedis a month. Let's say every 2 weeks, who told you 300 Ghana cedis. Of how can I so buy? Of how can I so buy? A month for quote and so more. Ghana for a number. They be a musu muyem. Uko market and yama boy din. And then no kase. Uko market. Sell per tomatoes. Paint or butter. It's almost 150 Ghana cedis. Upe Burkina tomatoes at all 150 Ghana. Upe local ibia when ya 120 Ghana cedis. Ufa upe jene aton de ameno kase. Untume talk. Moko anka one of the common commodity on my hand. Ufa moko boy din ma. Unprecedented big currency or my way. What found in the mono? Pedia omudi assemble ye levy. Sabi omu yesika we bottom. What fa? Meti say now say oh, me buy and a payment company said they may declare the amami. Now catch and say oh, what fa say John and the point me sene ebia 150 Ghana cedi biamo. Now what they in the week what show half far. What for me say 150 Ghana o the mama no. Ye beti umomu ewum. 1.5 ye beji anka size cannot the mama cry fiscal and can won't try any tax meanwhile what for some say ka yi 150 na me say koto ebia fu atome ebe 120 Ghana and 140 Ghana cedis what for me say betwa 1.5 as an dia ka ho ye wo man we mu ye say a president ni appointee say omunti obia ano ne cousin finance minister and then call for no mubu oman and I just said no pen no de oman eye yen atete ni ahawa wo fa yakom no wo fa mu de omuntie yen wo fa atete ni ahawa yen yakom no yen don beti yen de omu pa bia no mu de ba wo fa anapɛ na metie program said we will network you so finance minister Esther Kache say or Sunday Japa aside the parliament bio. Wo for on do omo ne ye. They say enya ye hunti no mo ba ye o. Enya enya hunti no mo ba ye. What the year good year akoton agi.
Empacho ebeba no so.
What the year boss side e Chinese.
When we tariffs now. Mama mon kasa na yemra finance minister there.
Me we tariffs no kra.
Empacho we tariffs no why.
And when we kra the make catch on say. They say amambu a ye woman ye team yi o ma ye team why. I don't know whether we are living in a banana republic because a president decides to not to listen to the plight of Ghanaians, of his own people. The president decides not to listen to the sensitive cries of his own subjects. Yeah, tima yeah sum I say sum ye no. Onu mom say yeah sum no. Eti do no pen no ye. Go for say me say president say kwa of Ghana to kwan yusu private jet bi. Okodu oman no so a no wa jet private jet no. Go no so do 2 fee a e be kasa. Into offer commercial flight fee do kwa. No aka fa private jet no dey chim. Meanwhile, no, those monies in Wofa, do you know what it can do to this country? They say, no, say, they be a doom your light. They be a light to do money, you doom. As you want the minister for information, so become be actually. Wofa, and so you see, for some be the Japan person, we do know. The man first have bed number 2 year already bedded a software, Hana. They cannot function any longer. And so, I don't know whether Saka and his colleagues are there to only explain problems. Some of the problems they come no they are there. Obebano and Mahama you say and NDC time no say never and we to me so do so and minya then he's explaining the problems. And that is not what Ghanaians are expecting from them. Ghanaians are expecting say this is the problem. What is the solution to that problem? That is why Mahama under President Mahama he says okay, my predecessors complain about doing so, but I, as the president of the republic, before I leave office, I will solve doing so. And on the 2016, he solved doing so before he left office. He brought in cow power. He brought in a Meridil. Today, you people are saying there are excess of power. That we don't need them. But in the natural fact, it is never true. It is never true. But for what we say, the first time when he was speaking at the Pentecost vocational center, no. He says, if not because of this excess power near there, and Ghana and can go do over 80% to GDP now. See that about $500 million now. You know, it's all due to the excess power. Meanwhile, it is not true. It is not true. What you say, and then make us say, money up to everything. The companies that are supposed to work for our benefit, you know, and yeah, they are more or more. Eti, a banisana, I never go to Ghana for so. A banners, I never go to Ghana for so, near the better your council, near Nasi, you're very good your council. What I wouldn't send them, no, say, who renew license, crana. You have to pay 15% tax on it. Of the bill, baby, are the taxes that you have to pay.
John,
and so when our salary is not up to, when schools are just open, of a month for school fees. What is that? School fees, my mom letter say by Monday if I don't pay my child's school fees, my children's school fees, they will sack them.
John, they
will sack them.
John, Mamindasi.
That's the condition for the Kufuado and Saka has left us in now.
Medasi, Mamima Saka and Sumbrim. Saka Mintio, I tariffs into me utility for pay.
For me, that tariff. The corruption. Oh no. Or the first name near corrupt. He is more than corrupt. The first, please, please. When you were talking, when you were talking, I kept
no, John, I won't correct anything. John, quiet. John, men say program. Oh, Pacho. Oh, John, I don't like that. Don't do that. Me no, Pacho. Don't. It is not what you want to hear. That somebody should. And Pacho, quiet. John, John,
attacking the personality of John Dramani Mahama or his office as the President of the Republic.
John, Pacho, you cool.
It is not for any reason why. Oh, please.
John, you are being rude. You are being rude. Sorry. John, you are being rude. It's no. But people, we are doing radio. Yeah, you are talking. You are doing. You don't do that.
What sort of behavior is this? I'm attacking him, please. I'm attacking him. What is your problem? So what is your problem? I said I am attacking him. I'm attacking John Dramani.
You cannot attack the president.
I am going to attack.
What evidence do you have?
I will attack his person. What's your problem?
I have a problem. Because we cannot give evidence.
What is your problem?
John, Pacho, what do you say? Ebia, yeah, fine. Oh, Pacho, who ya dear? I'm saying it. I'm saying quiet. Not on casa. You're still doing it. You are disregarding me. That's fine. But it is not that we shut the radio. Then because we are not doing it for ourselves. We are doing it for the listeners. Please, let's respect Mutieno. Let's respect them. O kasana papa eti hanum say. Etore bia nyama ukano facho wono or attack president. If he defame, if he say something is like me na me drawn at. It's not your. Let's continue the program. In fact, I want to continue the program.
He has succeeded in delaying the whole thing. You see? This whole thing about this whole thing about this corruption. Who attack Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo? A friend who say, or the cousins, the brothers, the Nyama. Is it not personal attack? So wait. Let me also tell you the truth. I am saying you say a ban of corruption there. Where the young can say president, ne papa, na ne way. Me see John Dramani Mahama and Kasa, a very corrupt human being. Oko BBC and Al Jazeera. They besan to say, have you ever taken corruption? See, as a human being, even crowd sharing demeanor, crowd even say, Papa, we is a corrupt. Then what happened? Oh, you remember? I mean, apart from the Ford expedition, or no one can say they almost say Omoje Ford no presidency. That is their defense now. Despite media say now work with DB, but you are now Ajay to her. The old media, and then you are comparing that one to Gaddafi, a sovereign nation like Libya, and the CAS,
Then corrupt case now against Mahama.
Number one.
Which corrupt case?
The Airbus case.
Which Airbus case? Which Airbus case?
Ne brother Samuel.
Which Airbus case? Why not finding say or corrupt?
The SFO in the UK.
And
in the US. It became an issue.
Corrupt case now.
It became an issue. The Ford expedition say.
I'm not discussing Mahama. We are talking about tariffs in Pacho. So let's watch your order. I am not discussing Mahama. I am not discussing Mahama.
Because you are asking me a question.
And Pacho, baby, I am saying, sir, but I'm saying, sir, I'm not discussing Mahama. We are discussing tariffs in Pacho.
But the first topic was about.
No, that's not the first topic. I'm saying we're talking about tariffs.
I will jump. So that
and yeah, we'll jump. We are discussing tariffs.
When the date come for us to discuss corruption, we will discuss it. But you see, when it comes to tariffs, anytime BR, ECG, Ghana Water, tariffs are bad. Most of the time, they give the proposals completely out of place. They bring outrageous rates. I remember in 2013, mind you, 2013, I took DURC to court on this same matter. They came out to say we should pay tariffs of about 350%. 2013. Ghana Water came about 450 something percent. And that time, oh, Massa, Mama can say, fact.
I've told you about these things. It's a root.
What are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about?
John.
What are you talking about?
John.
Please.
John. Say Metihanum say na papa we you bia. meye cool. Me just say me tia na papa bia meye cool no aye. And they do that time now. Don't call me and say I should intervene.
So I'm saying you said those time 2013 over 400% in our modern said proposals. And some of us had to take them to court. And it took 3 months. And Sana court no rule here. In the end, no, omu reduce omu proposals no, to 57%. In the 2013, Google 2013, omu increase no was 57%. And then we that time nobody says it was government because the government was not doing well or now in MONTIE biasem. Because this has to do completely with service providers and our more proposals about. And Ghana so name. Say most of the time, realistic tariffs. If you ask Ghanaians, say the consumer should pay realistic tariffs, and until from Kwame Nkrumah time up to now, government has to subsidize. It is from all those times, but say the increment about now we decided say that subsidy news a government and subsidy now this is 300% and so those things. One kasa as a service provider no munim say the mode bano enye juma. It most of the time they take it to parliament, say parliamentarians and endorse more. And to be honest with you, I think say the consumer in Ghana have been shortchanged for a very long time. Not because Yen said it's not only about tariff increase and some of these service providers. The losses, the operational losses and also the illegal connections and they are not thinking about all those things. And when they say, we should shift the burden on the consumer. But I want to tell you, and those that want to do propaganda with Adewe, it is not government that is doing that proposal. PLC, which is supposed to be an independent entity, and government, the parliament will have to sit down with them and deliberate with them. And besides that, and 2 days ago, they started meeting with stakeholders, and stakeholders are telling them on my mind that this is not the way to go. It's when my big brother Betinaha say, I don't know even where he's coming from. I don't know where he's coming from. Ghana, as it is now, is not about say everything biano yemfa president toho na yenchona yempia. Every issue biano it has to do with president. Every issue biano it has to do with the president. This issue of astronomical proposals coming from the service providers, and then it's starting. And then it's just like ujina traffic mua ujina traffic mua obi di biscuit by obi say biscuit where obi what price be one kasa kra no take it time cry you even insult the boy or the guy, but in the end the who negotiate here you bring it down. It's the same way that the service providers most of the time when proposals are modebano and also, but in the end it has to reduce to the point that government can meet and then the consumer can also meet them halfway. That is how over the years. So this is not the first time. And if my brother don't know, he should take it from me today that this is normally the case. And at the end of the day, I'm not sure there will be more than 20% increase.
Okay. All right.
Say what you say.
Medasi Saka Salia for NPP Anope. Na memra maybe en komo no enkoma Anope ye dipa we jumedie so finance minister and some of the two draft yemra yembe sorry so but my main kind of comments ni be Dr. Dan Blue of Brimsu appeals say price of goods keeps skyrocketing, wages and salaries of public workers are stagnant, more taxation, and the city is finding its breath against the dollar. Dr. Dan Blue of Brimsu appeals mistake wonder and Soma Dojiri. The Jaffa deal is another conduit through which this nepotistic, corrupt NPP, Nanado-led government want to sell the future of Ghanaians. I can't comprehend why this treacherous, corrupt Nanado Baumia-led government is so insensitive to the plight of the already suffering poor Ghanaians. That's Mystic Wonder and Soma Joji. Tofik Wakaswa 94 says, we all know we are not in normal times, but going to IMF is not the answer. We never survive by borrowing, and we will never survive by borrowing. We can do as other countries have done it by developing their country with taxpayers' money. Tofik, another way by Honorable Richard Champon is simply playing on the mind of the weak. Is he saying the many school-going kids who were on the streets and have gotten the opportunity to continue their education, but have been the same on the completion of the e-school, total intro, while NDC coming into government in 2024? Unela Mponsa Edifie, Amsterdam, Nodiano by. Ghana is not exceptional from the current global economic crisis, and I humbly urge Ghanaians to endure the good policies of the government, which is on the right direction to the economic recovery. We cannot build a vibrant economy under IMF stricted conditionalities. Rather, we've to find our responsible means of generating our own revenue or economic sustainability. Or say, could if the UK need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumediusuni. John Afo of the NDC, Saka, Salia of the MPP. John, I mean, sir, Emraus Yanshas here. Yansha, IMF, Yanko, a Japa deal, a beba back, e-levy, so far, no, and Yama Eko, Yanko lateralize, at least from what the finance minister said, and a lot more. And some of the today, when you are drinking, no pimping for such a margin.
Yo, of a medal was na me brabi 8 year NIT FM. Come on, Asaka Kasan. What tells me say we safe with car no nti omo muti de omo go so muti e member one day na men clear assembly na saka ka obisa and evidence won to me produce saka ma men kan say one the airbus issue na ugu so awo kana ye bisa evidence won to me provide no the airbus what for please
one very important evidence
minister for attorney general and justice Godfred Odame court up to now no evidence. But the man call court ABOAGYE bisa went to me answer. To papa so the SFO in Britain has come out clearly. So when me catch us almost they say President Muhammad Nuanu kana mo kano is never involved in that scandal. And now make catch us before
his name was mentioned.
Oh please. And now the latest information abano reporter SFO in United States of United Kingdom akano say John Mahama Nyana wo kasa allegedly no owo he was never involved in that scandal. And the former prosecutor general Matami Duso Kache Ghana for say you forced him to investigate that issue and he found no fault on that Airbus issue. But the reason why he resigned from this administration, the reason why the finance minister even went to his house. And the reason why he resigned from this administration was that he can never work with corrupt people.
But he could not work with the NDC under John Mills.
And the president
he could not work with the NDC
under
John Mahama. He could not work with you.
Secondly, President Kufuor appointee or Minister for Trade and Industry, Honorable Alan Kojo Chamante, the Deputy, Florence Ayenkra, organized a program at Trade Fair. People who wanted to see the president and sit with the president paid $300,000 US, $200,000 before they shake hands with the president. Before they shake hands with the president. And when a committee was set, and cleared the minister.
And but your time now to me
and to be wicked lies.
Time now. Yapon. Just 1 minute. Say wrap up. Let's go.
This government,
wrap up.
For this government says they won't go to IMF, but we all know say IMF we no omo dibu wahano omo rule okromo amenoti. Because when we say omo call IMF, there will be a guideline. I bet you say don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. But already they are implementing IMF laws. This on my way. Yeah, me no say ye levy. Me no say ye levy. Part of the IMF conditions. Offer. But they are afraid to go to IMF. Me no say this government.
Pacho. E-levy the IMF condition.
No, no, I'm saying say. They say me no say they've also banning nurses from going to nurses from retaking nurses. You know.
Why not?
Oh, nurses schools. Oh, nurse. Oh.
No, I don't understand.
Retaking of nurses.
What do they mean?
Oh, nurse everywhere. And those students.
They're now cano. They're now cano.
What for me say me no say.
No, but
ain't taking of.
No, but
I mean,
Pacho Saka, I just put it. No. No, but I can't say because
me no say. The IMF conditions and the MPP for implementing on my way.
Now we say e-levy. No. We see
e-levy.
IMF condition.
Yes.
I say more radical.
Because I mean, do you know why I'm saying that? No, do you know why I'm saying that?
No, it's not.
I'm saying that because when you go to IMF, there will be a prudent measures that they have to use to govern this country. But they are not going to IMF. Which I say, and IMF, they will tell you how to manage your economy. Menoka said there's a ban on nursing trainees. Yes. Nursing training form.
Why you say ban on nursing trainees?
No, like the temporary ban.
on trying ban on what?
On nursing trainees.
No,
school.
Saying I don't understand.
Oh, now you need nursing schools. Nurses.
There be some now economic. When you say ban on nursing trainees, what do you mean by that?
I mean say students who are applying to become nurses in this country.
Yeah, formal.
They said there's a temporary ban on them. How?
You mean the admission of?
Admission, yes.
So there's no admission.
Since when?
Oh, I almost.
No,
proof. Oh no, I'll get you a proof. Please,
nobody will take.
Please, I'm telling you a fact. I'm even employing nurses now.
Stop that. Oh, please, you are polluting the air.
I'm telling you a fact.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Nurses are working.
I will give you evidence. Ask for evidence.
Admission of nurses, schools. I will heard them say, students pass out, students graduate. They go out of school. The schools you have to.
Do you know that they have government?
There's no ban on admission of.
I'm telling you that.
I'm telling you to come and complain. Oh, because there's a ban on.
Even financial clearance. Oh. No, let me. I say something. Don't allow me to end.
I want to say something, but you are not saying the right thing because when you say ban on admission of the nursing trainees, who is it? Because they are private schools.
I'm not ignorant of what I'm saying. I know the facts.
I'm saying, sir, also ban on nursing trainees, and I'm saying one. They are private institutions that will train nurses. And
nursing training colleges.
Yeah, colleges.
They have taken admission.
So why not banning nursing training?
How can government ban private institutions?
So government has banned admission of nursing training.
And even employing of nurses. I don't know putting ban on.
Now, if you go to the school,
I'm asking you.
If you go to the school, empty now.
So I don't want to ask you. You won't allow me to flow. How?
You want to flow with lies?
So you won't allow me to talk. How will you know what I'm getting at?
You see what you're saying?
You're talking about IMF. You're talking about
you see, you are saying you allow me to flow.
You can breaking news.
You see,
I mean, I don't even want to listen to him. What for the make can say? This government, and other way, they are implementing IMF conditions. Wow, that's what they are doing. They say I'm no kasi. Me no tia me no kasi. O ma we mu no. Ye fa nkofo adwumam. Ofa. They say I am fa nkofo adwumam bio. I am telling you. The finance minister went to UPSA and told the student, Ghanaian students, say, who call school? Man, you want to say who school? Who benya adwuma ye? Didn't you listen to that also?
But you see,
No, is it not true that the finance
minister? We only talk about
Saka.
We only
Saka, please.
But
the finance minister went to
NDC person come and sit here.
The finance minister went to
there's a ban on
the
public
finance
sector.
minister go to UPSA and told Ghanaians say when you go to university, don't think say when you finish.
Can I have my turn now? Because
KUNSC now see over 600 students. You know, did they say the students were using their monies for Uber and Tata and all those things?
And so what?
And so your government is incompetent to solve those problems.
To solve Uber problem.
And you are putting all those things on us.
What are you talking about?
You went and sacked over 600 students from
KUNSC. MPP government and Sakiomo. School no rule.
Why is it that now your government came in to admit them again? Your member of family water.
Saka Yampon. Why?
Okay. No. What's the topic? Yeah, because baby, it made us to lose the topic. And I say, currently, no. IMF, when you say IMF, no, by the dint of the fact, say, Article 4, we are part of the Article 4 consultation. No? All of us are members of the IMF. But you see, IMF, no, before I call IMF, no, now was one Casacra, no, what Jatum say, Massa, you man koyi, and I also uni and because when you go to IMF, they'll give the conditions. You cannot IMF neko, and I can IMF no ukwa, omema conditionalities. Said the NDC for a year.
But that's what Ghanaians are going through.
No, David.
That's what Ghanaians are going through. You are implementing
conditionalities and conditionalities and the NDC. Not necessary trainings. Not necessary training. IMF catch you, say. Mucha allowance. Mucha allowance. IMF catch you, say. There's a ban on public sector employment.
It is never true. In 2016,
IMF catch you, say. Increase port rates.
Here massage my bro. Hey, asemu. Kese o. Point and point. Impenyifo. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Dorcas Mami Sechiwa Kwachi. Over La Paz Community Hospital. And you wouldn't hear Dorcas Mami Sechiwa Kwachi. I will see, and then I would have strong managing Kwan Yamishan Papa. Want to know when Shirano and then nowadays Dorcas Mami Sechiwa Jero Saj my time it's Yano pay the bread more than I say more day messages by. I really appreciate it. You don't know how much I appreciate you always sending messages to me, even though sometimes I'm not able to read all of them. I still do appreciate you and I'm grateful. Muni wa jumedieni ni ho Nana ya safoni from bankrupt boy no more live streaming on so at the break me do ma si papa. We're done with another week. Let's hear Radina Kasa for the weekend on the Sambra yen shia a joda and kwa awarding sa embra. Kwesi ABOAGYE meeting. Want to minka. Have a good one. Me call.